the game actually got to name them. Big Boutte is a Highling cleric that we found in the game. It's a good name. And the fact that he has 69 hit points is a coincidence, but it's still a pretty funny coincidence. We've entered the code. Because of your superior intellect and diligence, you have saved Kron and all of its warrants. This ship, created by the ancients, is a grand experiment designed to populate this distant world. Prepare to beam down in Might and Magic 3. It's here, on the floor. I didn't see it. Thank you, my friends. You have banished chaos and rejected the false path of uncompromising order. Under the weight of the evidence and from the skilled pressure tactics of your lawyer, Lucas breaks down and admits to their crime. Congratulations, Ace. I think we're having a real moment here. I've changed my mind. I can't give her up. You can have your money back. How could I sell something so dear? And again, a deal's a deal, right? Right? Catch you later. Good luck. Enjoy. I'm out of here. Let's pick up the bottle of grog here. Pick up the root beer. Use the root beer with the jug. Apparently root beer works very well. We get to see an instant replay. And a view from the blimp as well. I wonder what would happen if I tore the leg off this thing. Ark.
You have a reservation. Madre de Dios, es el cuello diablo.
Man, I'm ready for you.
Yeah. Here it goes.
Enter visualization request.
Let's try it in the other order.
Subject code accepted. 6452331 recognized. Beginning message.
Grand experiment of the ancients to use the technology of elemental manipulation to create a completely viable ecological and social microcosm. This microcosm was then to be transported to a distant biosphere, Terra, to supplant its indigenous ecosystem. The need was acknowledged for a central controlling unit capable of compensating for expected anomalies.
Well struck. That looks like a fatal blow.
Yeah, die.
My death will not save you from our wrath.
Are you going to plug me into Link, sir? I hope you know what you're doing.
I have no idea what we're doing.
Something is happening, I think. Yes, I'm gaining control. I found my destiny, Mr. Foster.
Goals in the middle. Perhaps we didn't even need to know that. The yellow crystal is over on the left side. And the blue one is on the right side. Switch to Annie. Have her pull the lever to close the trapdoor. Have her push the switch on this side. Switch to Zack. Have him push the switch on this side. Pump our way through this wall. Another mini boss. Okay, is that better? Well, looks better at least. So Windows update, one of those regular patch updates that changes everything audio-wise, and I had to go through every single setting in OBS once again and change everything back. This occurs basically every time there's a major patch release for Windows, which is like 4 times a year at least. And it's mildly annoying when it does, but welcome in nonetheless. We're starting afresh with game number 8 tonight. After managing to complete game number 7 last time around, which was certainly good. I'd somewhat grown tired of it, must be said. Something about that game that somewhat annoyed me, at least towards the end of the game. Now we're back in business with another one. See whether, well, how far we get with the introductions. A very, very quick glance shows that there's not a great deal of difference. Between the two versions. We'll read through the manual, but we'll also skip things that are well known, or at least things that we knew already. Let's see. Now, I was going to mostly focus on eating the manual. I have OneNote up and running. We should probably get some background music since we're going to be listening to that. Start a pretzel, get that up and running. Yeah, the immense time it took for me to reconfigure everything certainly slowed things down. Hoping to be ready way before I'd already set up the game today. Didn't realize that a major update had occurred. But of course it had. Been away from the PC for a good amount of time, so it had plenty of time to fail. Let's put it that way. It's probably not going to be chatting only. But, not quite that bad.
Gleesa gifted Amiga Live a subscription. Gleesa gifted a tier 1 sub to Amiga Live. They have given 50 gift subs in the channel.
50 gift subs. Thanks for yet another gifted sub, Gleeser, this time to Amiga Live. It does hang around here quite a bit. At least he lurks here quite a bit. I'm trying very hard to start the pretzel player. It can't seem to... doesn't seem to be able to get past the set cookie stage. Which is a bit annoying. Let's see if I can get around that. By logging in the browser. See if I can use that to get further. Of course, every time you open a web page these days, you have to tell them that you don't mind being tracked forever and ever through all the major hoops, which really has done absolutely nothing for your privacy, but has made using everything else super annoying. Let's see. What we want here is this. Just so we have something in the background. On average, perhaps it's not that much, but it's still quite a bit. 50 is still quite a few subs. The manual is up and running. I got the node cam working properly. Sadly, the manual is in black and white, and in addition to that, it's in a 2-page format, which is a bit annoying, but we'll survive. We'll try to tune this a little bit. That's good news, Gleeser. I hope I wasn't too annoyed in the last game. I was don't remember being quite annoyed with the Might and Magic game before. At parts it really annoyed me for some reason. I think it's just that it seemed, in some ways, it seemed terribly rushed, and I got pretty annoyed with it. Where is this? I want to move this here. Okay, that's good. So let's see. Welcome to Might and Magic 8 Day of the Destroyer. Welcome and congratulations on your choice of the Might and Magic 8 Day of the Destroyer game. This is a PC role-playing game for Windows 95, 98 and 94, although we're actually running it under Windows 10 with the grey face patch, and it seems to work just fine out of the box. Didn't quite work without the grey face patch. I actually gave up trying to get it to display. Just didn't work at all. I tried some of the same hoops that we tried with 7, and the only way I could get it working was full screen. As soon as I switched it into a window, it's mostly just a black screen. Now, the world of Enroth has fallen out of balance with the rest of the cosmos, and as a result, the gateways to the elemental planes have been opened on your world, freeing the forces of earth, air, fire and water to wreak havoc throughout the land. You must form a party of up to 5 heroes. That's different. It's not 4 anymore. And not 6 like it was in the first games, or 8, but 5. To unite the human and monster races of the world in time to launch a joint campaign to close the gateways and save Enroth from planetary extinction. As a novice mercenary hired to guard Dark Elven merchants' trade caravan, your first concern will be to escape the doomed Daggerwound Island to the mainland of Jedam. Next, of course, you'll need to build up enough experience to elicit the help of others in the greatest adventure the world has ever seen. Allies may be hard to come by in this continent of divided monster kingdoms and tribes, but don't be too surprised to find that your closest allies may come in the most monstrous forms. But amongst the usual knights and clerics, you might also find trolls, dragons, dark elves, or any number of other unexpected races willing to follow you to the ends of the world or even further. As you build your party, gain experience, and build up your arsenal of weapons, knowledge, artifacts, and spells, you will also find your wits and resolve tested to their limits by the traps and puzzles set by your enemies, as well as the elementals themselves. Good luck and Godspeed, young adventurer. Right. Introduction. The Destroyer cometh. A mysterious apparition materialized outside the town of Ravenshire, disturbing the calm breeze of another seemingly uneventful day in Jedam's centerpiece town. A comely man of undeterminable age who eventually took form strode purposefully toward the diverse town of monster races and humans, a common mixture on Jedam. The fair human appearance of the mysterious stranger in this town of unsightly creatures caused monstrous faces to turn from their business and pleasure alike and stare with open hatred at the seemingly unaffected man. As he passed by a brawling pair of monsters, the larger of the two dropped the smaller to pursue the fair stranger. Such was the normal state of affairs in this factional, often belligerent corner of the world. Strangers were more often greeted with hatred and suspicion than with hospitality. Even so, the stranger walked amongst them with an aura of calmness that spoke of his apparent lack of awareness of the peril lurking behind every shadow. The monster's savage attack came without warning. With his fierce muzzles of pointed fangs matching his hideously outstretched claws, he bore down on the unsuspecting visitor. All watched eagerly for the expected demise of this comely man as the enraged beast hurled itself at the man's delicate frame, with the expectation of fresh blood still in the creature's eyes. It was paralyzed by a nimbus of energy that briefly shimmered around the strange man. The stranger walked on, however, unfazed and without the attack or the rest of the town around him. He seemed lost in thought and muttered incomprehensibly to himself as he paused and took a few uncertain steps in each direction. With a sudden squaring of his shoulders, he turned and headed determinedly back toward the town square. He now received a respectfully wide berth, and he moved unmolested through the chaotic mass of bodies attending rather strictly now to their business. In the center of the town square, he inscribed a glowing circular line on the ground around where he stood. When the circle was complete, the earth trembled briefly as an immense crystal monolith grew up out of the circle, engulfing the mysterious stranger. Several of the inhabiting monsters approached the crystal, their fear replaced by a dreadful curiosity. As they reached the crystal, awe inscribed on their faces, it shimmered with a resounding thunderous clap, and the strange monolith sparked into blinding illumination. The piercing light was accompanied by a spherical explosion of energy from the crystal that hurled monsters away from the epicenter like rag dolls. Seemingly in response to the explosive pulse from the monolith, the air in the four corners of the continent of Jadam shimmered briefly. Following a moment of dreadful silence, chaos was loosed upon the unsuspecting continent. 4 gateways, one to each of the planes, earth, air, fire and water, thrust their way into the world with cataclysmic force. There was a sudden violent eruption from the previously calm and featureless seas near the Daggerbund Islands as the gate to the elemental plane of Earth burst into Jadam. Seething clouds of volcanic ash and molten rock rained down on the island, destroying the network of bridges that connected the islands to one another and to the mainland. As the earth trembled and wantonly spewed jagged shards of rock into the air, the fortified lizardman town of Bloodrop was sent into a panicked throng of reptilian bodies. At the same time, at an opposite corner of Jadam, a great deluge gushed forth from the water gateway as it emerged into existence, engulfing an entire valley in a tidal wave that buried a Minotaur lair under a lake of water. Minotaur society was broken by the Oquax's event, leaving one of their most important sites forever drowned in a new inland sea. In another corner of Jadam, a vast wall of fire exploded from the mouth of the gateway to the elemental plane of fire, burning the desert itself for lack of anything else to consume. Several trolls briefly ran in terror from the advancing firestorm before they were consumed in screams of torture, desperation and agony. A wave of fire rolled over the trolls and swallowed up most of their village. Completing the deadly quartet, the gateway to the elemental plane of air burst into an expanding vortex above a vast ancient forest, tearing out the age-old trees by their immense roots and hurling them about like toothpicks. As the swirling vortex stopped its advance, a solitary, crazed air elemental rushed out of the gateway. He was joined by others similarly insane, and as one, they turned to face the source of their consuming madness. A dreadful soulless howl echoed in the chorus throughout the ancient forest in recognition of their bondage to the expanding energy pulse on the far horizon. Though their task was ages old, the elementals had never gone willingly. Slowly, however, they were mastered and their madness was set on its destructive course. They would eventually arrive at the crystal on Ravishore. They always did. A long-forgotten dark elven prophecy tells of a cycle to the universe, an unending circular chain of events in which the world has been created, destroyed and recreated at the whim of the elemental forces of order and chaos. Within the prophecy, the day of the destroyer passage foretells a time when disunity and upheaval would prevail in the world following the age of peace, age of Shafar. A time of strife and woe shall follow the age of Shafar, And in this age all shall fall to naught as the gates of chaos are opened unto Enroth, and this shall be a sign unto ye, when the elemental forces of the earth, the wind, the fire, and the water shall freely roam your lands, to usher death and destruction upon their wings. Ye shall have entered the final age, the age of purification. Once this age has begun, there shall be no recourse, for lo, the rods of earth, the wind, the fire, and the water both giveth life unto thee, and stricketh life from thee. In times of strife, the cycle of destruction cannot be avoided, and thine only repose shall be death. However, in times of harmony, those that gather in alliance shall stand the possibility of surviving the purification and warding off the end of the age of Zephyr to enjoy a prolonged era of peace. Unfortunately, those who forgot their history are inevitably doomed to repeat it, just as in the prophecies, an unending cycle of purging and regeneration. Should any of the warring factions of monster races have the presence of mind to resolve the ancient conundrum, disaster could possibly be averted. Once many ages ago, the Dark Elven prophecy was part of every race folklore, but the Dark Elves are presently preoccupied with the strife and woe prophesied for this age, and the legends have long been forgotten and dismissed as old wives' tale of pointless elven foolishness. Will this time around be any different from the last, or will all of Enroth simply be recycled in another incarnation of the prophetic wheel? Only the coming days can tell the ultimate outcome, for if truth be known, not all has been preordained. 26th of November, 1172. My esteemed Uncle Alistair. I regret the necessity of writing to you under these circumstances. I know that my leaving without notice must have come as a surprise. For that I apologize. But as I know that what I'm doing will not meet with your approval, I felt it necessary to leave unnoticed. As you know, in the absence of any major war to fight in, I've been forced into the position of a simple mercenary, hiring myself out as a guard, henchman, brawler, and occasionally bodyguard. I know you hate to hear it, Uncle, but I sometimes long for the days of the Secession Wars. At least back then we were all united in the common scramble for the throne. I never had any grand hopes of taking the crown for myself, but at least give me something to fight for. Anyway, recently I was approached at the alehouse by a member of Dark Elven Merchants of Alvar looking for mercenaries willing to hire on as guards for an important trade caravan to Daggerwound Island. Though I know that you're wary of the Alvar Merchants Guild, and even more so of the Lizardmen, the price was right, and I couldn't in good conscience continue to dwindle your earnings with my lack of prosperity. I hope you will understand, Uncle, I couldn't speak with you regarding this matter in person, as I knew that you would forbid me to go. Thank you for your many kindnesses following Mother's death. I will never be able to fully repay you for all that you have done for me. I will write further after my mission is complete. I hear tell that there are many opportunities for mercenaries in the multiracial conflicts of the outlying regions. Perhaps I will yet know prosperity and bring honor to the family name. Good luck in your many business dealings, Uncle. May fortune shine favorably on your house. Farewell. Right. How does this story tie in with the other one? The world is going to hell in a handbasket. What does this have to do with that? Installation, we've already installed. Click the icon, wasn't quite that simple. Had to run the patch and do a couple of things. But did eventually get everything working. Now, the main menu new. The new option allows you to start a new game from the very beginning. After selecting this option, you will be taken to the Create Character screen, where you will select the class, skills, and abilities of your main character. Singular. After selecting the settings for your main character, press OK to begin the game. Okay. The load option allows you to load a previously saved game, so you can continue your quest from the last point in the game. Makes sense. Single clicking on any of the saved games will show a thumbnail image captured from the adventuring window at the moment the game was saved. Below the picture is a time and date stamp. To accept the selected game, click the load button, blah blah blah. credits. Clicking on the credits option displays a list of those responsible for bringing you the Might and Magic 8 Day of Destroyer game, and exit closes the program. Makes sense. Character creation. When gameplay begins, you will control the actions and movements of your main character. The main character will be part of a group of characters called a party as the game processes. Each character is a unique individual with different strengths, weaknesses, vocation, and skills. At the start of a new game, you will start at the character creation screen below, where you may either opt to play the default character, or you may choose the class and each attribute for your character individually to better suit it to your own personal tastes. You start the game with the main character, which you will design at the screen, and this will be the only character that may not be exchanged at the Adventurers Inn during the course of the game. Right, so we have inns again, like we did in games 1, 2, and 3, and at the inn we can swap characters back and forth. Hello Josh, welcome in. I'm just going through the basis of the manual. We already read how the world is going to hell and the elemental planes have opened up into the world, engulfing it with fire, air, water, and earth. Probably not to the great glee of those who inhabit the worlds. Somehow we are going to
Gleesa gifted 48 cram a subscription. Gleesa gifted a tier 1 sub to 48 cram. They have given 51 gift subs in the channel.
Congrats on the gift sub for the AK Ram. Thanks for giving another sub, Gleesa. Yeah, it seems like a tough environment for the poor people that live in Anroth at the moment. We're reading through the basics of character creation here. It seems that we only start with one character, some sort of main character, and that's the only one we can actually create. And from the sounds of things, it seems we can use the inns or the inn, possibly singular, to hire and fire characters. That's a bit odd and very different from the previous games, but I could see that being somewhat of a bonus, because last game we only had 4 adventurers, and the party we picked never had a robber, and it would have been very nice at parts in the game to be able to pick and choose different characters. Yeah, it's closer to what it was in 1, 2, and 3, and especially 1 and 2, and the difference being that you only really have one character that is a mainstay, instead of technically that was the same in 1 and 2, but you really created an entire party of at least 4. You had most of them with you, and then you had maybe 1 or 2 hirelings. It seems to be that you only have 1, and then you have something like 5 hirelings. Yeah, it seems that you can pick and choose your party based on what it is that you're doing at the time, which seems interesting. On basic operations, change your character's portrait, voice, and class. Change the appearance of your main character. Click the topmost portrait selection arrows to cycle through the available character portraits. Whatever portraits you choose for a character will control the gender setting automatically, as well as determine your character class. As there will be times in the game when your character will speak, the selection is purely a personal preference for the sound quality of your character's voice. What does your character sound like? You can make that decision here. To adjust this feature, use the arrows at the bottom of the character portrait to cycle through the available voice selections. The default button reverts to the default voice for the current character portrait. Right. Eating pie and ice cream sounds nice. Very nice. I just had coffee and a little bit of soda. Choosing your character's class is perhaps the most important choice to make at the character creation screen. Here you will decide between the 7 classes available for your main character, as the class you choose directly affects many of the abilities, strengths, and weaknesses of your character. You must take care to choose the class that you feel best suits how you picture your leading character. The 7 classes available for your main character in Might and Magic 8 Day of the Destroyer are Necromancer, Knight, Cleric, Dark Elf, Troll, Vampire, and Minotaur. So there is no Paladin. There's Knight, Cleric that we know. There's Necromancer, Dark Elf, Troll, Vampire, and Minotaur. In addition to these 7 classes, dragons might join your party later. This class cannot be selected as the main character. As your characters gain experience, expertise, and skill, they may each eventually be promoted to a higher rank within their class. When this happens, the promoted character will be able to learn skills that before were unavailable to its character class, as well as gaining hit and spell points at higher increments as it gains in experience-based levels. A necromancer, the necromancer, a magician who has succumbed to the temptations of the dark arts, is the dark magic specialist and a master of undead. Though necromancers have no special abilities to speak of and are limited in choice of weapons and armor, they alone wield the full power of dark magic. Additionally, they are the class best at casting the elemental magics of earth, water, air, and fire. The necromancer is the closest thing to the pure spellcaster on the continent of Jadam. A leech, which is a promotion of the necromancer. In the promotional ritual that attunes a necromancer more fully to the dark arts, the character is transformed into a leech, a powerful form of undead. In exchange for their natural bodies, leeches gain access to the highest level spells and magical abilities. Clerics are adventuring spell-casting holy men before they leave the sanctity of their orders. Clerics learn basic fighting skills and a smattering of useful healing spells. The cleric class is the one best at casting spirit, body, and mind magic, and is the only class capable of using the extremely powerful light magic. They are fair fighters but are limited to the lighter armors and can only melee with blunt weapons. Right. Priest of the Sun, which is the cleric promotion. The clerics are promoted to Priest of the Sun status. Their heightened piety allows them to wield the most powerful magic of spirit, body, mind, and light. Okay, so in this game, it's only the cleric that can cast the light magic. I assume it's only the necromancer that can cast the dark magic. Knights are human men and women of arms. They specialize in martial skills and can become proficient in all weapons and armor. They're only second to the troll class in terms of physical toughness. On the other hand, knights are incapable of learning any of the magical arts. Champion, the knight promotion, seems to be only a single promotion in this game, not 2 as it was in game 7, which seemed like a lot at points. Champions are knights who have gained promotion through experience and the completion of knightly quests. Champions are able to grandmaster in plate, shield, and many weapon and other martial skills. Right. Trolls are brute fighters of exceptional endurance and are the most physically tough of all the classes. So this is somewhat similar then to the barbarian in the previous games, but not quite. Not only do they start with and gain the most hit points per level, but are also the best at the regeneration skills. Trolls can use all weapons, though they tend to prefer maces and other blunt instruments where they can eventually gain Grandmastery. Additionally, they are limited to light armors, and they can also achieve Grandmastery in leather and have no spellcasting abilities. It's very similar to the Barbarian, as it was in the previous games. And with similar limitations as well, but the Barbarian was at times when you needed heavy-duty melee fights with difficult monsters that mostly attacked using melee skills themselves and did quite a bit of damage. The Barbarian was unmatched. He would just stand there and his health would barely move down, and he was able to hit very hard at the later stages of the game. The War Troll, which is the troll promotion, those trolls that survive through many battles can be promoted to the rank of the War Troll. Now allowed to reach Grandmaster rank in regeneration and other martial skills, the War Troll can train to change from being a formidable opponent into something truly mighty. Right. And there's the Minotaur. The race of Minotaurs have descended from creatures created as magically attuned guardians. Like the Troll, the Minotaur is a powerful melee combatant, but without the Troll's extraordinary stamina. Although the Minotaur cannot match the Troll's endurance, he can certainly make up for that lack with strength, cunning, and a limited ability to use magic in body, spirit, and mind. Though all weapons are available to the Minotaurs, specialize in using spears, blunt weapons, and of course axes. Also, they can use any armor but helmets and shields. The Minotaur Lord, which is the Minotaur promotion, only those Minotaurs who exhibited extreme valor are promoted to the rank of Minotaur Lord. At this level, Minotaurs can gain Grandmastery in the axe and perception skills. So the Minotaur is somewhat similar to the Paladin. It's not quite the same, because he can't use a helmet and a shield. But it's quite similar. And, you have body, spirit, and mind magic, which is also similar. Dark Elf. The Dark Elves are a race of elves who chose long ago to follow the dark paths of enlightenment, ability, and magic. Today this race is half warrior and half wizard, capable swordsmen and exceptional archers. They also have special magical abilities exclusive to the race and are capable elemental magic users. Dark Elves also excel at the disarm, traps, and merchant skills. Though they have studied the dark elements for centuries, Dark Elves cannot learn dark magic, nor can they wield spears or axes. Dark Elves are limited to chain armor. Patriarch, which is the Dark Elf promotion. Dark Elves who pass certain tests become members of the race's higher order, achieving the rank of Patriarchs. Patriarchs can become warrior mages of extreme power. Right. Okay. So this is essentially the archer. But it's also an archer with the ability of disarming trap. And that's interesting. Certainly very interesting. Vampire. Few choose to become vampires, but those that do soon revel in the new powers granted them by their new form. In addition to their racial abilities, vampires can also become powerful casters of body, mind, and spirit magic, and can gain great skill with braided weapons. On the downside, they are limited in their choice of weapons and armor and suffer certain specific penalties for being undead. Nosferatu, the vampire promotion. Nosferatu, the higher level vampires gain the strength to cast all but the highest levels of mind, spirit, and body magic. With practice, Nosferatu can learn to transform into mist. They can also grandmaster in the dagger skill. This is interesting. Might be useful as a hireling, but don't see it being useful as the main character. A dragon not available as a starting character. The dragon is a king of beasts. Dragons have the capacity to breathe fire, fight in melee with their huge claws and fangs, breathe a devastating breath weapon, fly and repel even the sharpest weapons with their scales. No, dragons don't use armor or weapons. If one joins your party, you won't miss the lack of man-made combat materials. Great Worm, which is the dragon promotion. Because of the enmity between dragons and much of the rest of the weapon-wielding world, very few dragons live long enough to become great worms. Those that do, however, are the largest and wisest of their kind. Legends tell of entire armies that have fallen before the might of a single great worm. I remember those from Might and Magic 2. They were interesting. Okay. Based on this light reading, I'm going to go ahead with a Dark Elf We need someone that can wield a sword. We need someone that can shoot the bow. If we only have one character that is a mainstay, we really need the merchant skill. We need to be able to disarm things. It was somewhat of a mistake at the start of Game 7 to not get someone that can disarm at all times. I figured we would be able to hire a hireling to do it, but that wasn't even remotely true. And it really set the tone for much of the game. There are some limitations. We're limited to chain armor. And it does sound as when you're promoted, you get slightly more magical skills. You get the sorcerer magical skills. What I think we're going to be very much missing is healing. So we're gonna need to add somebody to the party pretty quickly to be able to heal or use potions. We have to see. Right. You got the hirelings pretty quickly in Game 2. The first were in the basement of the first town. Changing your character's name. If you wish to change your character's name, clicking on the existing name will supply a cursor, backspace to erase, and blah blah blah. Right. Now give your character skills. Your character will begin with 4 starting skills, and you will have the opportunity to learn more during your travels. 2 of the 4 are predetermined depending on the class you choose for a character. The 2 remaining may be selected according to the skills available to your character's chosen class. To the following skill table for availability. To select a skill, click on it in the available skills list and it will be added to your character's chosen skills. To remove a chosen skill, click on it and it will be removed. You may not remove the 2 predetermined skills. Not all skills are available to every class type. Makes sense. We sort of know how the skills things work. Been there, done that. It's not terribly different from 7, I believe. Adjust your character attributes. Character attributes fill out the rest of who your character is. From a pool of 15 bonus attribute points, you may adjust the attributes of your character for their particular strengths and weaknesses of physical and mental prowess, personality, and luck. See the following section for a full list and description of attribute effects. To change an attribute, click on the desired trait and then raise or lower its value by clicking the plus and minus buttons to either side of it. By lowering a preset value, a point is added to your pool of available points to distribute to other attributes. Right. Finish. When you finish designing your character to your satisfaction, click on the OK button to accept your character's settings and begin the game. Once you click OK, no further changes may be made. Right. Attributes and their effects. Might is a measure of how physically powerful a character is or how strong they are. A character with high might attribute will do more damage in physical combat than a character with a low might attribute. Because the attribute affects physical strength, it only affects damage inflicted with melee weapons, such as swords, axes, spears, etc. There's no damage bonus to ranged weapons since the impact of such weapons is not dependent not on a character's physical strength, but on the apparatus which fires the projectile. Intellect, as might refers to the measure of physical power. Intellect refers to your character's mental powers, how smart they are. This attribute will affect your character's problem-solving abilities and their understanding of simple to abstract concepts. Also, as intellect determines the maximum spell points for necromancers and dark elves. These characters with a high intellect will be able to cast more spells before running out of spell points, as well as be able to figure out more complex and abstract problems than a character with low intellect. Right. Personality measures your character's personal resolve. The personality attribute reflects a character's willpower. Willpower is the force which energizes the spirit, mind, and body spells cast by clerics, vampires, and minotaurs. The personality attribute determines the maximum spell points for characters of these classes. Endurance is another physical attribute. Playing the counterpart to the might attribute, endurance measures how tough your character is. Characters with a high endurance get a hit point bonus, meaning that if a character received 5 hit points, a character with a high endurance might get as many as 8. Right. Accuracy, there's no actual mention with yeah, right. Okay. Accuracy attribute reflects a character's hand-eye coordination. A high accuracy attribute will give your characters a better chance of hitting an enemy with both melee and ranged weapons in combat. Right. The speed attribute is a measure of the overall quickness of the character, how fast they move, react, and recover. A character with high speed attribute will be able to complete more actions in a shorter amount of time than a character with a slower speed attribute. In regard to combat, this means that the character with a higher speed will be able to attack more times and react more quickly to counter the attacks of enemies than a slower character. A high speed also makes your character harder to hit, which is reflected as a bonus to your character's armor class. Armor class, a measure of how difficult it is for a monster to hit a character. The higher the armor class, the better chance of avoiding an attack, right? Luck, perhaps the most underrated of the attribute. Luck has a subtle effect on many actions that characters perform. In general, a character is just lucky. Any situation that relies on chance as its outcome is more likely to come out in favor of the character with a higher luck. More specifically, its most visible effects apply to a character's resistance to magical attacks and damage taken from surprise attacks and traps. In all 3 cases, the character with a high luck attribute will most likely take less damage than the character with a low luck attribute. Right. Application of skills. The class you have chosen for your character affects the skills that your character is capable of learning, as well as the level of expertise of those skills. As your character gains experience, see the table of promotions, it will learn to perfect the skills that it is capable of learning up to the highest capacity available to the class you have chosen. In the following table, each skill is listed with the reference to the classes it is available to. Within each cross-reference, you will find a letter denoting the level of expertise available to the legend below. Now, these are the magic skills. I am going to copy these a bit to the notes section, because we're gonna have to look these up quite a few times. So, the necromancer, which is essentially the sorcerer, can become a master of the fire, air, water, and earth spells, as well as a master of dark magic. The leech, the promoted one, can become a grand master of all 5. So, this is the equivalent to the mage or the sorcerer in previous games. Although a sorcerer in the previous game was able to pick up light magic, and this one is not. It's only able to pick up dark magic, but is able to become a grandmaster at some point. Now, the cleric is very similar to what it was in the previous game. It can become a master of spirit, mind, body, and light magic, and can become a grandmaster of all of them, assuming he's promoted to priest of light, and he's the only character that can learn light magic. So it's just a cleric, so if you don't have a cleric, you don't have access to light magic. That's that. Now, the knight and the champion cannot learn any sort of magic, nor can the troll, which is really the barbarian. The minotaur can become a novice of the spirit, mind, and body magic, and an expert once promoted to Minotaur Lord of the spirit, mind, and body. So he's like a slightly weaker version of the paladin. He's a slightly stronger fighter, but a slightly weakened spellcaster. It's an interesting mix. The Dark Elf can become an expert in the fire, air, water, and earth spells, and once he's a patriarch, he can become a master of all four. We can essentially achieve the same status as the necromancer without the upgrade. He can also become a master of elven magic and a grandmaster once he reaches the patriarch, and that's the only character class that's able to become a grandmaster or master in the elven, and indeed the only one that can learn any of the elven spells. Gonna have to figure out what spells those are later in this manual. And then there is this interesting vampire class, which can become an expert and master in the spirit, mind, and body. So in a way he's similar to the paladin, except he's a evil, possibly in quotes, evil character instead of being a good one. He can also become a master in vampire spells and a grandmaster once he's upgraded to his Nosferatu state. And the dragon can become a master in dragon magic or a grandmaster once he achieves the Great Worm upgrade path. This is all pretty interesting and different. Gonna do a copy of this combat skills as well. We're gonna want to put that into our notes. Go here. Thank you. Manual. Let's go over this. The necromancer, which is really the sorcerer, can use a staff, a dagger, a bow, and leather armor only. The bow is at a novice level, so they can basically shoot a bow. That's about it. And they can only become experts in the leather armor, but can't use any of the others, and including they can't use a shield. So very similarly limited in terms of weapons and armor as the sorcerer was. They can become an expert with a dagger and a master with a staff. That's it. The cleric is very similar to the cleric of previous games. He can become a master with a shield, an expert with a leather and chainmail. He can use the mace to a master level, which is pretty close to what it's always been. He can become a novice with a bow, and he can become an expert with a staff. So as before, he's most powerful by just using a mace, preferably one that has some magical abilities and possibly some elemental damage as well. He can have a bow as sort of an extra and best matched with a very high class chainmail and some sort of good shield. The knight can use any weapon he pleases as per usual, so he has a wide choice of melee weapons and can become a grandmaster of the sword, the spear, and the plate, mail, and shield, which is interesting. So he's a decently good fighter, and the troll somewhat similar, except it's basically the mace that he can become a grandmaster of. More of a blunt weapon, but he hits really hard with it. And he's way more limited in the armor he can use. He can only become an expert at the chainmail. That's probably the best one you can give him. Or once he's reached the grandmaster, probably might be better suited with a very high quality leather armor. The Barbarian was a very interesting class in Might and Magic 1 and 2. And we might play around with it if we find one. As in melee combat, they used to be absolute kings. The Minotaur is really the paladin. Or at least he's very, very, very close to being the paladin. very similar sort of armor and weapon skills. You can use pretty much any sort of weapon you want. You can become a grandmaster with the axe. So the best suited with the axe, which is slightly different to the paladin, which was able to become very proficient with the sword, but it's just a minor difference. In terms of armor, he can become a master of the plate. One difference is that he can't use a shield, which is a slight twist. Yeah, there's quite a bit of evil here, although the dark elf isn't really evil. If he was fully evil, he would have access to the dark magic spells, which he does not. So he's darker than a normal elf, though, that's for sure. And, he can become a master of the sword. That's about it, though. Although he can also become a master of the dagger. And like the archer, he can become a grandmaster at one point of the bow. And a novice in the use of the mace. Best suited with the chainmail, although he can use the leather armor as up to a master level and can become a grandmaster of the chainmail. And he can become an expert with the shield. It's very, very similar to the archer class. Pretty much identical to the archer class. Although he incorporates, it's like a mix of the skills-wise of the archer and the robber. Not as nearly as limited in terms of weapons as the robber was in previous games. And basically just being able to add the robber skills to what was essentially already the archer. Now, the vampire is an interesting mix. He can wear a shield, can become an expert of the chain and a master of the leather armor. He can use a mace and he can shoot a bow. He can become a grandmaster of the dagger. Is more like the robber in that sense. He can stab people to death with a dagger, but he can also become a master of the sword. It's sort of an interesting character, especially when you take into account that he could basically be sort of a cleric as well. So it's somewhat interesting. It's like a sort of like the paladin, but not. I would say that they sort of split the paladin into two separate parts. They split the paladin into the minotaur and the vampire, with sort of different strengths and weaknesses. The vampire is sort of interesting in a way, although I don't think it's really interesting as a main class. I'm going to copy this miscellaneous skills little map as well, because I'm gonna have to reference that multiple times. Now let's go over this nonsense. The disarm trap, which is something that we desperately need, can be learned at a novice level by the necromancer. It cannot be learned at all by the cleric. It can be learned to an expert level with a knight, to a novice level with a troll or barbarian. The minotaur can become a master, and the dark elf is the only one that can become a grandmaster. And the vampire can also be an expert, and the only class that can't learn this skill is the cleric and the dragon. That's way more flexible than it was last game, where disarm trap was really something that we had a paladin, we had a druid, we had a cleric, and we had a sorcerer, and none of them were able to learn it even to a novice level. So we couldn't even use items or enhancements to bring their level up. So this at least is not quite as not quite as limiting. The perception skill can also be learned by all of them. The best of them becomes the Minotaur, although the Dark Elf can learn it to a master level as well, which is probably more than enough for us. The Merchant skill can also be learned by all of them, although the masters are a Cleric and a Dark Elf who can also become a Grandmaster. Everyone else can learn it up to an expert level except a Barbarian, who is dumb as a brick but hits very strongly. Now the learning skill, an underestimated skill that really boosts the way you earn experience. The Grandmaster of that skill is the Necromancer. And, he can learn up to a master level, but the Dark Elf can also be an expert at it. And the Dragon can also become a Grandmaster. Yeah, Dark Elf stands out. It really does. It has drawbacks in the way that you can't use any of the of a healing, but otherwise it's skill-wise it's pretty strong. Now meditation, Grandmaster of the meditation is the Necromancer. Once he reaches the master state, Dark Elf can learn it to an expert level. The Dragon can become a master, and so can the Cleric. In a way, it's also somewhat tempting to start your life as a Necromancer, but except I really don't want to play the entire game as a Necromancer. The ads have started. I don't think any of you are currently being hit by them, but we'll just continue. Now, in terms of bodybuilding, the Necromancer is not there. The Cleric is, however, up to a novice level. The Knight can become a master. The Barbarian or Troll can become a Grandmaster. The Minotaur can become a master. And the Dragon can become a master. No bodybuilding for us. Now, in terms of identify, the Dark Elf can also become a master. The Vampire can become an expert. The Dragon is the only one that can become a Grandmaster. That's somewhat interesting. So it's either the Necromancer or the Dark Elf if you wish to achieve master status of identify item. Now repair. The Cleric and the Dark Elf can become experts. For some reason the Knight is able to become a Grandmaster of repair, and he's the only one that's able to do so. So if you want to be able to repair everything, you need to be a Knight or have a Knight with you that's upgraded up to a champion. So that's interesting, but still leaves the Dark Elf as a pretty strong character. Yeah, being able to wield a sword, being able to have a bow and a shield and chainmail and be a merchant and disarm trap and identify and repair and meditate and learn. It's quite a bit that the Dark Elf can do. Now, identify monster there. The Necromancer can become a master and the Vampire can become a Grandmaster. The Dragon can become a master. The Troll can become an expert. And the Knight can become a novice, so we have no way of identifying. We need another character to be able to do that. That's a drawback we'll have to live with. In terms of Arms Master, the Cleric and the Vampire can be novices. The Dark Elf can be an expert. The Minotaur and the Troll can be masters, and the Knight can become a master and eventually a Grandmaster of the Arms Master. Now, in terms of alchemy, the Necromancer can become a Grandmaster, the Cleric can become an expert, the Minotaur a novice, the Dark Elf an expert, the Vampire a master, and the Dragon a master. And regeneration, the Leech can become an expert, the Troll can become a master, and the War Troll a Grandmaster, the Vampire an expert, a Nosferatu, a Master, and a Dragon, an Expert. That's pretty much it. So I'd say that it's the choice is really if you want to just go by sheer number of skills that you start with and the ability of casting magic, it's either the Necromancer or the Dark Elf, and I think the Dark Elf is a stronger sell. Now let's see. Class, spell, and hit points. A character's class affects how many hit points and spell points it will have at the beginning of the game, as well as how many each they will gain as they accrue experience and rise in levels. A hit point in a basic life unit is a basic life unit for your character, therefore hit points indicate how much damage your character can sustain before falling unconscious or dying. A character is unconscious at 0 hit points or less and dies when the hit points reach -10. All hit points are restored after 8 hours of uninterrupted rest. Similarly, spell points are the unit of magic available to your character. Each spell takes a certain number of spell points to cast. If you have fewer spell points than the spell requires, you can't cast that particular spell. If your character has 0 spell points, the character will no longer be able to cast any spells until the character gains back some spell points. 8 hours of interrupted rest will also restore all spell points. A character's rank within its class will also affect the number of points gained per level. Remember that starting values fluctuate depending on bonus points for endurance, intellect, and personality. Right. Starting value of hit points for the knight. Knight gets 35. Of course, the barbarian gets the most with 45. The knight comes next with 35. The dragon has 40. The minotaur and cleric and vampire all start with 30. The dark elf with 25 and the necromancer with 20. Right. So the dark elf is like the archer in this way as well. The necromancer is like the mage, always with the most vulnerable. Now, in terms of spell points, the necromancer has 25, being by far the strongest of them. So for what he loses in the hit point category, he gains in the spell point category. The cleric only gets 15, and the dark elf, vampire, and dragon all get 10. Everybody else gets 0. Now, the base upgrade of hit points per level is 5 for the barbarian and knight. It's 4 for the dragon and minotaur. It's 3 for the vampire and the dark elf. It's 2 for the cleric necromancer. Right. So we only start with 25 and we only gain 3 per level. And once we reach the first promotion, we get 4. Right. It gains slowly, whereas the troll starts by gaining 5 and then gains 8 like the knight. So they gain the barbarian and the knight, they gain the same, although the troll starts with more, he doesn't really gain anymore. That was not true in games 1 and 2. They would barbarian gained more hit points as well, and at some point I had a barbarian reach 1,000 hit points way before anyone else got even close to doing so. So the dragon gets to gain 7 with the first promotion. The minotaur gets to gain 6. There's nobody that gains 5. The dark elf and the vampire gain 4, and the cleric and necromancer only gain 3. Right. This is a huge jump here. In terms of spell points per level, the cleric and necromancer get 3. The rest of them get 2, except for the minotaur, which only gains 1. But in terms of first promotion, the dark elf jumps from 2 to 4, which is a major jump. So getting him the promotional level or gaining more spell points seems pretty important. The cleric and necromancer get 5 after the first promotion. The vampire and the dark elf each get 4, and the dragon gets 3. Right, this is interesting. Now, starting attributes, as is the case with basic skills, class also affects the starting levels of your character's attributes as well as how high or low. Each attribute may be set using your 15 attribute bonus points. Additionally, as seen below, an attribute that would be uncommon to a particular class, such as intellect in a minotaur, will cost twice as many bonus points to raise, whereas an attribute that is highly common to a class, such as might to a minotaur, will cost half as much to raise the level. Now, that is interesting. That is very interesting. The starting might of a knight is 11. They don't mark the common attributes in this map. You'll just have to sort of know. But we sort of know anyway. For the knight, it's might and endurance. The knight starts with 11 on all of them. The minimum is 9 and the max is 25. At least that's not common to all of them. The cleric starts with 11 on all of them. Minimum is 9, max is 25. The same is true for the necromancer. The dark elf is different. Starts with 11. It costs 2 to increase the endurance, which matters quite a bit in terms of gaining hit points. It costs only 1 point to increase the accuracy stat from 14, so that's interesting. So we're gonna have to put a bit of bit into both the might and endurance and into intellect. We might be able to lower the personality. And we also want to put something into speed and luck as well. We'll have to try to figure out what can be done here. The Minotaur has slightly different values. He starts with more might and a very low intellect. Well, that's his common ones. The Troll starts with a lot of might and endurance. Has a very low intellect and personality. A vampire is similar to the knight and cleric, and the others, it starts with 9, or starts with 11, minimum is 9, but the maximum is higher. You can sort of create a super vampire, someone that can have a lot of spell points, for example, and a lot of hit points. And you can't start with the dragon, so you don't get to play around with those. I don't think these are important except just for the character creation. Don't need to copy and paste this. Starting resistances in addition to the skills, attributes, hit points and spell points. Each character class can also have a unique set of resistance qualities. These qualities reflect the natural abilities of each class to resist the ill effects of magic. For example, if your character is a vampire, it will be completely immune to mind magic. In this case, your character's resistance nullifies any effects of a mind magic spell used against it. Though this resistance is unique to vampires, each class has its own special resistances. Okay. So the Dark Elf comes with a standard 5 resistance to all of the elemental spells. That's useful. The Troll has resistance to water by default. The Knight, Cleric and Necromancer have a resistance to and the Minotaur have a resistance to the spirit spells. The Minotaur in addition has a resistance to the mind and body spells. The Troll has a resistance to the body spells as well as the water spells, and the Vampire is immune to the mind spells. The Dark Elf is the strongest with the natural resistance to the elements here, although it has no resistance to spirit, mind and body. Once you've finished creating your character, you're ready to start adventuring. After an opening cinematic, you will enter gameplay mode in which you will have the ability to move about freely. Most all the gameplay takes place on the adventure screen. Right, we don't really need to read much about this. We can take a look at this. Combat spell icons. Food, the amount of food that we have, the amount of gold that we have. The compass. The main window, which seems pretty big this time around. It gets bigger with each version of the game. The main character, the empty slots. We have 4 empty slots. We have a zoom in and out button and an auto map. Books, the rest screen, the quick reference, the options, and the spell book buttons and protective party spells. Right. The character portrays, the pictures. These pictures are the portraits of your party members. While they're all traveling together, they perform certain actions such as traveling, eating, sleeping, entering and exiting dungeons and towns, and facing enemies as a group. There's a selector ring, there's a health and mana bar, there's an active spell icon, and a ready button. The spells: fire resistance, water resistance, air resistance, heroism, earth, mind resistance, shield, body, and haste. Right. So you can see the usual collection of spells. Now these are the rest of them: the stone skin, the protection from magic, detect life, featherfall, wizard eye, torchlight, and day of the gods. Right. Right, so there's a specific icon to tell you that the character is ready again. Denoted by the character's ready lights, which goes dark while the character recovers. The ready light also indicates the nearness of hostile creatures. When the light is green, none are nearby. When it's yellow, there are enemies, and when the light is red, the enemies are within melee range and probably attacking. Right. Green is the hit points, blue is the mana points. Right click to show summary. Double clicking accesses the character screen. Character info screens. Information about each of your characters is displayed on 4 character screens. Stats, skills, inventory, and awards, similar to games 6 and 7. To display a character screen, double click on the portraits. You can switch between character screens by clicking on the different character portraits within the character info screen. When you're through with the character screens, hit the escape key or press the exit button. You want to dismiss a character, double click on the dismiss button. Dismiss characters return to the adventures inn and will wait there in case you want to hire them again. Right. So this is hirelings all over again. That's good. We know how that works. We've done that before. Start screens, personal statistics, 2 numbers on either side. The first is the current value, second is its current maximum. Right. Damage usually shown as a range. Damage 11 to 18 would be interpreted as this weapon will do between 11 and 18 points of damage when it hits in combat. Right. Character's attack bonus and shoot bonus affect his chance to hit with hand-to-hand and ranged attacks. Skills acquired by characters are displayed on their skill screen, listed by name, expertise, and level. When characters advance levels, they gain skill points to spend, thereby increasing their existing skill levels. To advance a skill to the next level, click on it. As skill levels go up, more points must be spent. Right-click to display descriptive text. It takes number of skill points equal to the next level and skill to raise the skill to the next level. Something we know very well. If you want to go from level 3 to 4, you need to spend 4 skill points. Inventory screen. When your character buys or picks up an item, it ends up in their inventory. Items and loose inventory are things a character is carrying but not using. Items may be looked at by right-clicking of them if the item has been identified by either a shopkeeper or character with the identify item skills. Descriptive information will be displayed. Click on an item to pick it up. Picked up items, stick to the mouse cursor and follow it along. The character is displayed on the right, outfitted with the items it is using. To equip a character with an item, pick it up and drop it on the character's full figure image. Characters may only use items that they have the skills to use, and with the exception of rings, may only use one of each type at a time. Click the accessory detail toggle to display a character's equipped ring, gauntlets and amulets. Oh, this is identical to Game 7. To have the active character give an item to another character, pick it up and click on the item on the receiving character's portrait to drop an item on the ground. Select it. Hit the escape key to run to the adventure screen, then drop the item into the main view. To use an item like a scroll, learning book or potion, right click it over a character's portrait or left click it over the character's full figure image. The award screen, you know how that works, just shows the awards you've had. Adding party members, whereas in Might and Magic 6 and 7 games you could hire random wandering NPCs as followers. In the Might and Magic 8 Day of the Destroyer game, party members must either offer to join your party in the world, or you may hire some party members at the Adventurers Inn. Whichever method is used, party members can be switched out at the Adventurers Inn, allowing you to adapt your party as you gain acquaintances and possible party members. Each time you meet another character that becomes eligible as a party member, the character's name will be added to the roster at the Adventurers Inn. Whenever you enter the Adventurers Inn, you can switch out current members of your party with those characters appearing on the roster, except for the starting character. This is a very interesting element to this game. Adds quite a bit of additional depth and flexibility. Food, gold and compass. At the top of the adventure window there is a bar of icons. In the very center you'll see the compass. This tells you in which direction your party is presently headed. To the left of the compass is a display of quantities of the food and gold the party has. Right. Button spanning the top right side. The spellbook appears as a large skull icon in the top right corner. Accesses the spellbook of the active character. Additionally, this icon will display an eyeball on the skull's eye socket when the wizard eye spell is active. You may also right click on this icon to display a summary of the active party spells. Right. Similar to the previous game, but in a more dark element with a skull. On game option, access the game options menu, quick reference, appears as a magnifying glass and displays a summary of character and party information. Rest, access the rest menu, reference goals, appears as a scroll and accesses the party's library of reference goals and notes. Auto notes button basically. Spellbook. Each member of the party capable of casting spells has a spellbook in which are contained the spells the character has learned. After selecting the character whose spell you wish to view as active, click on the spellbook button to access that character's spellbook. To exit the spellbook, click on the exit button, blah blah blah. Game options, new game, save game, load game, and controls. Configure keyboard. Redefine the controls, especially helpful for laptop, which is often very right. So you can configure keyboard shortcuts, useful. Video options, adjusting game brightness, tinting, colored levels, and level of gory details. We want maximum gore. Turn rate, 16 is the fastest, smooth is the slowest, the walk sound, always run. We know all of this, used this before. We always flip on exit. Party will always turn around upon exiting a building. Right. Show the hit. Sound, music and character voice volume. Quit, return, rest and camp screen. Your characters will need to sleep occasionally. They can remain awake a long time, but they will become weakened from fatigue after a day or so. The way is you have them sleep for 8 hours once a day. Sleep also returns the party's lost spell and hit points. To have your party set up camp, click the rest button and then click rest and heal. Save. Wait without healing. You can wait 5 minutes, an hour, around till dawn. Right. This is slightly different, but similar to previous games. Yeah, the dragon seems very interesting. We need to meet a friendly dragon, add him to the party. Reference goals, the party carries goals containing various travel notes, and as you explore, your party will automatically record useful information in these goals. To open a scroll, click on the corresponding button to turn a page. Click next and previous at the top of the right corner of the scroll. Right. Automap, the scroll shows you a map of your dam centered on your current location. The map will only display those regions that you've already explored and will be updated automatically as you continue exploring. Use the tabs to zoom in and zoom out. Quest or dagger icon. Each quest you undertake is recorded. Here, all quests remain until they are completed. The history. This scroll is a chronological journal of the party's travels. Notes. These scrolls, the party records any potion mixing discoveries, the effects of drinking from town fountains, clues about the secret to closing the gateways to the elemental planes. This set of scrolls also has a section dedicated to miscellaneous events that don't fit into other categories, as well as recording important conversations. Right. This is more auto notes. This is more in terms of the auto notes. Oh, there's the potions, record of potion mixtures, the fountain icon, the record of town wells and fountains, the obelisk icon, the record of different obelisks. Never did solve the obelisk puzzle in 7. Shows how incredibly bored we were with the game. I don't think we've ever skipped solving the obelisk puzzle. Obelisk will reveal some of the secrets that are vital to your quests. They can be accessed only when you encounter these strange monoliths, so keep a vigilant eye out. Seers. Scroll contains the record of fortunes revealed to your party by Seers. This is somewhat new. Miscellaneous. The treasure chest icon contains useful information not found on the other scrolls, such things as the properties of different colored liquids are recorded. Right. Green for endurance and so on. Teachers. The scroll contains no, that's true. 7 felt like a very much more linear than many of the previous games have been. The scroll contains a record of the location of teachers which the party has found or has learned about. Right. Teachers are of 4 levels. Basic and expert, master and grandmaster. This is all very much in the vein of previous games. Ground movement. Most of your party's travel take place on the ground. Be aware during your travels that there are dangers beyond the enemies lurking in the shadows. Cliffs and pits can result in dangerously long falls, from which your whole party will likely sustain massive damage. Running jumps can help you across small pits and ledges, and careful movement can help you climb up and down steep hills safely. Nothing short of a highly powerful spell can save you once you step off a cliff into thin air. Right. The high-level air magic spell Fly, as well as the Dragon Flight ability, can temporarily grant your party the power of flight. You can still use the basic movement functions, but with the addition of being able to ascend and descend. Been there. When the spell wears off, your party will once again be subject to all the laws of gravity in all of their unforgiving splendor. If you have not landed safely upon the ground before the duration of the spell ends, you will tumble to the ground and sustain damage dependent on the distance of the fall. Been there as well. Traveling long distances, each outdoor game map represents a sizable square section of Jedam. This means that if you need to travel across several adjacent maps, you will be traveling for a considerable amount of time. It takes more than a day to walk from one edge of the map to another. Keeping this in mind, you would do well to think about the amount of food that must be consumed by your party over the projected duration of travel. If you start your journey with insufficient food, you will find members of your party in a weakened condition upon arrival at your destination. This could prove dangerous should enemies attack while you're not at full strength. In addition to packing enough food, keep in mind that you can travel over long distances by both boat and stagecoach, thus cutting down on your travel time. Dealing with objects. Oftentimes during your travel you see useful items, bits of armor, weapons and equipment, or even potion ingredients in skull, littering the ground or otherwise unprotected. These items are free for the taking. To pick them up, simply click and they will be automatically added to the active character's inventory. View the item before placing it in your inventory, right click, and if the active character has identified item, it will automatically attempt to use this skill to determine what the item is and how it might be useful. Containers. Larger items such as treasure chests, crates and drawers can frequently be opened when they are encountered. They are also, however, frequently booby-trapped. So before clicking on them to have the active character attempt to open it, you may find it prudent to have a character with a disarm trap skill to do the opening. If a trap is triggered, characters with a perception skill may avoid some or all of the damage, as may those with a luck attribute. Once a container is successfully opened, anything inside is yours. And so on. Dead bodies. Whatever items the corpse may be in possession of are as good as yours. To search, click on it. After a dead body has been searched, it conveniently disappears. Regardless of where you travel, you will never find a shortage of buttons, switches, levers, and other triggering apparati. To operate, click on it, the game will do the rest. If you happen to find a fountain, you can have the active character take a drink by moving out to the fountain and clicking the water's surface. To enter cave, fortress, or dungeon, or any form of evil lair, click on the entryway through which you intend to pass. You will be asked about the certainty of your decision. An affirmative answer will escort your party into the lair, whereas a negative will leave your party remaining safely outside. Interior doors. A dungeon wouldn't be a dungeon without some creepy doors placed strategically throughout to impede travel sight and to conceal dangerous foes. Clicking on a closed door causes the active character to attempt to open it. Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to this, Gleeser. Must be said. It sounds very promising. Some doors will be locked, requiring you to find a key or switch to open them. Others may require you to puzzle out the means to operate the locking mechanism. Town doors. Doors inside the town are generally safe. These usually represent the entrances to shops, taverns, houses, and other small buildings that can be entered by your party. Opening them simply requires that you click on them. If a town door is locked, it's probably because the occupant wants to be left alone or the shop is closed. Opening a door in town starts off a transaction with the occupant. Other objects. The land is full of strange races of monsters. This will doubtless bring many strange objects into your path as you travel about. Many of them you will find will be profitable to you if you're able to determine their uses. As a general rule, they're operated, activated, picked up, or searched by simply clicking. Interaction with non-player characters. As will also be inevitable in your adventures, you will happen upon other creatures with which you will need to interact, as there is a diverse mixture of monster races as well as humans on Jedam. Your party is likely to encounter a wide variety of non-playing characters due to troubled times. You may find that many of those you meet will be suspicious, wary, or even downright hostile. Others, however, will be quite friendly, more than willing to help. Of all the personality types you're likely to encounter, the hostile is the most easily distinguished. They will attack on sight and will be dealt with in the combat section. For those creatures that do not attack you first, talking is a good alternative to slaying. To talk to a creature, move near and click on it. They will converse with the active character. When you click on a conversation topic, the creature's response will be displayed. Some of the creatures you speak with may have information for you, others may even present you with a quest. Quests are heroic actions to perform, the completion of which often brings rewards of money and or experience points. Quests you have received but not completed are recorded on your quest scroll. Towns are much like towns in real life. They typically act as a place where your party can learn new skills, buy and sell equipment, obtain quests, receive training and rest. While no place in Jedam is completely safe, towns are usually safe enough to afford a good night's sleep. Additionally, there are mecca of information, services and shops. To talk to the occupants, you must enter the building in which they're housed. To enter a building, walk and click to the door. When you enter a shop, you automatically start a conversation with the shopkeeper. Choose from the options offered to buy and sell, repair broken items, or learn skills. Each shop specializes in different items as well as carrying a general inventory of standard ones. Select from buy standard or buy special in the inventory of the shop. When you move over the items displayed, the shopkeeper will tell you how much it costs. If your active character has the merchant skill, party will get a better price than otherwise. The item will appear in the active character's inventory and automatically be deducted from your party's gold. Display your party's entire inventory. Click the display inventory. You can switch between characters by clicking on the individual portraits. While the inventories are being displayed, sell, identify and repair. Conversation options switch. Click on an option to perform the labeled function. Right. Shopkeepers also have valuable skills, which you can learn by selecting this option. After clicking on the Learn Skills option, a list of skills that shopkeeper can teach will appear along with the price he charges. All skills are taught at the basic level, and only those skills available to active character classes will be displayed. Types of shop: the blacksmiths, they deal in weapons; the armorers deal in armor; the magic shop sell potions, potion ingredients, scrolls, rings, learning books, and other items of magic. Alchemists deal with a wide selection of potions, ingredients, and recipes, and the spell shops sell your party spells to add to your character's repertoire. The town services: the taverns. Archomage is still a thing, and you can buy food. The temples, healing services, the stables. State coaches can be hired to travel from town to town and decrease the time required to travel long distances to hire one. Check with the stable master. Docks, the ships found at docks may be available for hire. Ask the captain if you can berth in his ships when it sails for the next port. Banks, if you have extra gold that you wish to set aside, they can be stored safely at the bank. Governmental town of any size usually has someone in charge of things who may be in need of some assistance. If you're looking for something to do, you can always find it at the local town or castle. Houses, while most inhabitants have little to say, a thorough search of houses could turn up on our job. Local guildmasters or even master teachers. Combat takes place on the adventure screen. Characters equipped with bows or wands may make ranged attacks. Other weapons and bare hands claws are good for hand to hand. To have the active character attack, click on the creature and move the mouse. Press the A key. If you press the A key without targeting the nearest creature, will be targeted automatically. Characters may not use bows to make what? Ranged attacks. There are creatures directly in front of the party, right? Characters with magical abilities may, of course, cast spells. To cast the character's quick spell, press the S key. You can also access the character's spellbook by pressing the cast spell button or the C key. This is all very standard and known to us. There's a bit here about real-time versus turn-based. Let's just quickly glance over this. Game time moves without pause or in real-time. While the character is recovering, it can perform no actions. The game can be put into turn-based mode by pressing the enter key. The key toggles between real-time and turn-based. At the end of each round, action pauses, so you can move your party a short distance using the other keys. Right. This is similar and identical to 7. When you're in turn-based mode, an icon appears in the lower right corner, which changes to reflect the different round faces, right? The characters receive damage from many sources. They may also be affected by other conditions like fatigue, weakness, or drunkenness. Ill effects can always be removed by various healing spells or for price at the temple. Physical wounds may be healed using various curative spells. Unconscious and death. That characters may only be revived using the raised dead by spell or by paying a temple healer. Cure weakness with a weakness, poison and disease with cure disease or cure poison. Cure insanity and remove fear. Remove curse. Stone to flesh, cure paralysis, resurrection. Right, been there, done that. Experience and advancement. As the game progresses, your character gains more spell and hit points, become better at their skills. The character needs current level times 1000 to move from one level to the next. The character eligible to train may do so at a training hall. Good job. Training halls are located in towns throughout Jadam. They charge a fee for their service. Most have a limit to how far they can train. At early levels, characters receive 5 skill points. This number increases by 1 every 5 levels. Right. It's the same as it was pretty much in 7. Now, ranked, the party can receive special quests in game called promotion quests. Certain people that a party meets will be empowered to grant class rank on characters of a particular character class. Before they do this, they will ask the party to prove its worth by completing a promotion quest. Gaining new rank increases the number of skill and hit points a character receives per level. This will also allow the character to learn new skills and to learn other skills at higher levels of expertise. In order to use weapons, armor, cast spells, or perform special actions, a character must possess the proper skill. Each character starts the game with 4 and can learn new ones from shopkeepers located throughout Jadam. Each skill has a numerical level, which is 1 when characters first learn the skill. You may increase this by spending the skill points that you gain through experience level and advancement. Right. As you explore, you will find master teachers who are able to increase your character's expertise level in the skills. When first learned, the skill is at the basic or normal level. Teachers can also increase that level to expert, master, or grandmasters. Skills possessed at the higher levels give characters advantages in their use. Weapon skills. Sword. The sword skill covers most types of blades longer than a knife. At normal, the skill gives +1 bonus to hit per skill point. At expert, it gives -1 bonus to recovery per skill point. At a master, it gives the character the ability to use another sword in its offhand. At grandmaster, it gives you +1 bonus to AC per skill point. Now, in terms of axe, while slow on the attack, axes do a lot of damage. At normal, it gives you +1 to hit. At expert, it gives -1 bonus to recovery. At master, it gives +4 bonus to damage per skill point. At grandmaster, it gives the character a chance to halve the armor class of the character's target. Right. Staves are blunt, two-handed pole weapons, effective on both offense and defense. At normal, it gives +1 to hit per skill point. Expert gives +1 bonus to armor class per skill point. At master, gives the character a chance to stun its opponent. A chance equal to the character's skill level. And at the grandmaster, it gives the character's staff a +1 bonus to damage per skill point. Spear. The spear skill allows use of a bladed pole weapon. At the normal, it gives you +1 bonus to hit per skill point. Expert gives you +1 bonus to damage per skill point. A master, the ability to use its spear one-handed, allowing another weapon for the other hand. Note this too is different from the master sword ability. At the grandmaster, this skill gives +1 to AC. Spear is kind of interesting. Now daggers, while daggers don't do the kind of damage that a sword or axe can deliver, they are very quick. Sometimes letting you get 2 attacks for every one of your slower opponent's attacks. At normal, it gives +1 bonus to hit per skill point. Expert gives you the ability to use a dagger in your offhand and use another weapon with the other hand. At the master, it gives the character a chance to equal to its skill level for triple damage. At the grandmaster level, the skill adds +1 damage per skill point. Okay. Mace covers all kinds of blunt trauma, ranging from large clubs to flails. At the normal, it gives you +1 bonus to hit per skill point. Expert gives you +1 bonus to damage per skill point. Master gives you a chance to stun your opponent at a chance equal to the character's skill level. And at the Grandmaster, it gives the character a chance to paralyze its opponent. Right. The bow skill covers the bow and crossbow. Normal gives you +1 bonus to hit per skill point. Expert gives you -1 bonus to recovery per skill point. At the master, it gives you the character the ability to fire 2 arrows with every attack. At the Grandmaster, it gives you a +1 bonus to damage per skill point. All the armor skills. Leather is the lightest armor, while leather provides less protection. It also slows down your character. The least leather skill increases the protection offered. At the normal, the skill gives you +1 bonus to AC per skill point. At the expert, it eliminates the recovery penalty incurred from wearing the leather armor. At the master, it gives a character an additional +1 bonus to AC per skill point. At the Grandmaster, it gives you +1 bonus to elemental resistances per skill point. Chain armor is the medium armor type. It provides more protection than leather and less than plate. Also slows your character down more than leather. Chain armor skill increases the protection offered. At the normal, it gives you +1 bonus to AC per skill point. At the expert, it gives you a 50% reduction in the recovery penalty incurred from wearing chainmail. At master, it limits the recovery penalty incurred from wearing the chainmail armor. At the Grandmaster, it reduces the severity of a hit to 2/3 damage from physical attacks. Now, the plate is the heaviest armor type, provides the most protection and slows your character down more than leather or chain. At the normal, the skill gives you +1 bonus to AC per skill point. At the expert, it gives you a 50% reduction in the recovery penalty. Master, it gives you a skill to reduce the severity to hit half damage from physical attacks. At Grandmaster, it eliminates the recovery penalty incurred from wearing it. Now, the shield at normal gives you +1 bonus to AC per skill point. At expert, it eliminates the recovery penalty from using the shield. At the master, it gives you a +1 bonus to AC per skill point. At Grandmaster, it gives protection as per the shield spell. Interesting. The magical skills. Fire. Most fire magic skills are combat oriented and include some of the strongest area effect damage. At higher ranks, you can learn more powerful spells and cast the ones you know with greater effect. Air magic, a mix of combat, informational and maneuvering spells, including the very useful fly spell. At higher ranks, you can learn more useful spells and cast the ones you know with greater effect. Water, while water magic has some combat-oriented spells, its most powerful spells deal with travel and item enhancement. At higher ranks, you can learn more powerful spells and cast the ones you know with greater effect. Earth magic has a balanced mix of offensive and defensive spells and includes some healing and adventuring magic. At higher ranks, you learn more powerful spells and cast the ones you know with greater effect. Healing, really. Spirit magic concentrates on spells involving life and death, including the spells to raise the dead, which affect the undead and which increase combat effectiveness. At higher ranks, you can learn more powerful spells and cast the ones you know with greater effect. Mind magic spells directly affect the minds of their targets. They can heal or cause changes in mental states and cause direct damage. At higher ranks, you can learn more powerful spells and cast the ones you know with greater effect. While body magic includes some direct damage spells, it is the magic most concerned with healing. At higher ranks, you can learn more powerful spells and cast the ones you know with greater effect. Somewhat curious as to which earth spells are healing. We'll see that slightly later on. I was sort of sure that the archer would have no way of healing, but that doesn't seem to be entirely true. Light magic includes some of the most powerful offensive and protective spells, but it's only usable by clerics. A dark has the most spectacular damaging and creature controlling spells available, only usable by necromancers. Right. Monster skills for 3 of the special monster character classes of Might and Magic 8 Day of the Destroyer. There are monster skills which the character gains like skills, but which act more like spells. Each of these 3 races, Dark Elves, Vampires, and Dragons, have their own specialties which are only available to that race. The Vampire ability. Vampires are innately powerful creatures with special abilities stemming from their high mental abilities and of course their immortal undead nature. At a normal level, the vampire character can cast Life Drain, which harms its target and heals the caster. At the expert level, the character can cast Levitate to move the party over harmful surfaces without taking damage. At the master level, the character can cast a charm spell on nearby targets. At the grandmaster level, the character can assume mist form. In mist form, a vampire cannot take or deal physical damage. That's pretty cool. Dragon ability. Dragons are powerful creatures with their racial abilities stemming from their magical nature and in their special appendages, the wings. At a normal level, the dragon character can cast Fear, which causes its targets to flee. At the expert level, the character gains Flame Blast, a breath weapon which launches an exploding fireball. At master level, the character gains Flight, which allows the dragon to carry the party through the air. At the Grandmaster level, the character gains a Wing Buffet, which uses the dragon's wings to push back opponents. Dark Elf ability. Dark Elves, though not as physically powerful as vampires and dragons, are also born with abilities not shared by the other races. At a normal level, the character can cast Glamour, which increases the caster's appeal to others. At the expert level, the character can cast Traveler's Boon, which has effects of Torchlight, Wizard Eye, and Featherfall. That's very useful. At the master level, the character can cast Blind. Targets of the spell wander aimlessly and cannot use spells or missiles. At the grandmaster level, the character can cast Dark Fire, a magic bolt that does dark and fire damage. Interesting. Now the miscellaneous ones. The Disarm Trap one, we don't really need to learn about that. But at the expert level, the skill effect is doubled. At the master level, the tripled. At the grandmaster, it guarantees 100% success. So at the novice, you basically have a chance of disarming equal to the character skill level. So if you're at like 4, you have a 4% chance. A merchant adjusts the prices. At normal, it gives you a basic ability. Expert, the skill effect is doubled. The master, the skill effect is tripled. And at grandmaster, it gives you the ability to buy or sell items or a service at cost. Meditation adds spell points directly. At the normal, it gives you +1 per skill point. At expert, the skill effect is doubled. At master, it's tripled. At the grandmaster, it's quintupled. Multiplicating, adding hit points directly. Hit points are gained with the usual base hit point / level each time your character gains a new level. At the normal, it gives you +1 hit point per skill point. At expert, that's doubled. At the master, it's tripled. And at the grandmaster, it's quintupled. Perception, a chance to notice hidden doors and traps. At the normal, an increased chance to avoid traps and notice treasures. At expert, it's doubled. At master, it's tripled. And at the grandmaster, you have 100% success in avoiding traps. Repair. At normal, repair simple items. Expert, high quality items. Master, tripled skill level. Grandmaster, 100% chance of repairing any broken item. Identify. At normal, gives you the chance to identify some. Expert, doubled. Master, tripled. Grandmaster, 100%. Yeah, that's true. You want to certainly want to you certainly want a minimum basic skill at in some of these for everybody. We sort of did that with 7. We learned some of these just to as high as we could learn them, just to be able to use them. The same is true of the learning skill. We won't be strong in the identify monster with a basic character, then we'll have to deal with that, but it seems very, very similar to the although this seems different. At the normal, it gives you the ability to learn the hit points and armor class. At expert, it gives you the character the ability to learn the attack type and damage. At master, it gives you the character the ability to learn which spells, and at grandmaster, the ability to learn the monster resistances. This is not the same. This has changed significantly. As it was basically that it was the level of monster that you could identify that changed with the level. This is way different. So even at the normal level of identify, you can still see the hit points and armor class. So that's highly useful. Arms master, -1 bonus to your recovery time. Expert gives you +1 to hit. Master gives you +1 bonus to damage, and Grandmaster gives you double for all previous. Alchemy allows you to mix potions. Without it, you barely have the knowledge to make simple ones. Once you've learned it, your skill level is added to the strength value of the base ingredient to determine the strength of even the simplest potions. Higher rankings allow you to mix more complicated potions. So essentially at normal you can mix the simple ones. At expert you can mix slightly more complex ones to make compound potions. At masters you can mix them up to a white potion level, and you can at grandmaster you can mix the black ones. Right. The regeneration, higher skill levels increase the rate. So spellbooks. There are 9 schools of magic: earth, air, fire, and water. Very known: body, mind, and spirit. Pretty known: light and dark. Well known: dark, elven, vampire, or dragon. Less known. The more powerful spells will require a character to possess a magic schools. At expert, master, or even grandmaster level, the special class abilities are learned automatically when the appropriate level of expertise are achieved. Right. Characters learn new spells from learning books. To use them, pick it up and then click on the character's full figure image or portrait. Each learning book can only be used once. Have the character cast a spell, use the C key, turn the page, double click on a spell icon to cast a spell. Each party member may have a quick spell to set it, click it and use the set spell. To display further information, right click on the spell. Spells may also be cast from scrolls and wands. Each scroll has one spell written and can be used once. To cast it, pick it up and click over the character's full figure image. Wands are loaded with multiple charges. The character must equip it to use it. Each time a character attacks with a wand, one of the charges is expanded. When it's exhausted, it disappears. And neither require any particular skill to use. Potions. Characters can quaff potions to gain a wide variety of benefits. They can be purchased, found, or created. If identified, right-clicking will display information. Created, you put a reagent and an empty bottle in a character's inventory display. Pick it up and right-click over the bottle. You mix by picking up one and right-clicking another. Characters possessing the alchemy skill can mix basic potions. The strength of a basic potion is equal to the strength of the reagent, plus the mixing character's alchemy skill. Great potions that are called catalysts are special potions that have no power on their own but can be used to increase the strength of other ones. Right. Fire spells at the normal level. Let's very quickly go over this. We know many of them, but if we come across something that we haven't seen, we'll stop a bit. The torchlight is well known. Firebolt. yeah, the basic fire spell, the fire resistance, the fire aura. That's the one that you can use on a weapon to give it off fire. We never really use that very much. It's not particularly effective. It does something, but it's not that great. The torchlight we used quite a bit. It just increases the intensity of the light in the room. Now, the expert level fire spells, the haste one, very useful, increases your speed. The fireball, a very good spell. The fire spike, we never really used this either, but I suppose it could be useful if you really learned how to use it. Immolation is something that we barely used as well. It does very little damage, but to quite many monsters. I suppose it's useful at a later level when you want to just walk through a barrel of low-level enemies, but we barely used it. Meteor shower is very useful on the outside. It does a lot of damage and works with many monsters. And we barely use the Inferno as well, but it is useful in a way that it doesn't hurt you at all. You can just cast it on everybody else that's in the room. Then you have Incinerate. Which is nice, but we rarely used. Now the air ones, the ones that's probably most used, is the Wizard Eye, the one that we usually cast all the time just to allow you to see treasure and monsters and so on. The Feather Fall, which stops you from taking damage when you fall. The air resistance, which is quite useful. Sparks we used early in the game. It's one of the few ones that are normal level that actually does a little bit of damage. But, we barely used it after that. The expert level air spells, the jump one is quite useful. We used that quite a bit to get to places that were otherwise unreachable. There are ads going on, we'll continue anyway. The shield is a one that we cast pretty much every time we went into combat. Is very useful. The lightning bolt is also very useful. We use that quite a bit, although we used the fire ones way more than we did the air ones. And there's invisibility, which I barely used. I don't particularly like sneaking around. I like going in, guns blazing. It's just my style. Might not be particularly effective all the time, but it's the way I play. Implosion we used quite a bit. It's very effective against some monsters. Flight is a highly useful spell, both in terms of allowing you to travel to places that you can't reach and just in general in reducing the amount of time it takes to travel. I don't think we ever used Starburst, which is the Grandmaster air spell. But I can see it being useful in some cases. The water spells, Awaken, we've used quite a bit. Potion Spray, I don't think we use it at all. It's somewhat effective, but does very low amounts of damage and only works on some monsters. The water resistance we used quite a bit. Ice Bolt we also used quite a bit. It often works on monsters where the fire does not work. The water spells at the expert level. The water walk, which is very useful, allows you to just walk over water. Recharge item, useful for the wands that have magical properties, allowing you to add to the charges. The acid burst, I don't think we ever used. Does little damage. Might be useful on some monsters, but we barely used it. Enchant item we used quite a bit to enchant items that we found and either make them more useful to us or sell them at a higher price. Town Portal is one of the best spells in the game. Allows you to travel between towns without having to take the penalty of traveling. Ice Blast we used quite a bit as well. Basically fires a shard of ice which somewhat ricochets into other monsters. It does damage to multiple monsters at the same time and does a decent amount of damage. We used it quite a bit. The Grandmaster level water spell is the Lloyd's Beacon, which we never found in the 7th game. This is always and remains the best spell in this game, and it's a crying shame that we never found it in game number 7 because it's highly, highly useful. Now the Earth spells, the stun one, is something that we used very early in the game, but usually doesn't really affect many monsters. Slow. Really doesn't. It's similar to stun. It rarely works on any higher level monster. The Earth resistance we used quite a bit. Deadly Swarm can be useful early in the game because it does quite a bit of damage to the monster, but it really does not. It only really affects one target. In the earlier games, at least 1 and 2, and I don't remember if it was in 3 or not. You had a spell like this that affected multiple monsters at the same time, and even if it did pretty low amounts of damage, it could still do, if you were fighting a bunch of monsters, able to deliver quite a bit of damage to a large number of monsters, and was highly useful. As it is currently in the game, it's not terribly useful. Stone Skin we used a lot. We used it basically before every combat. It basically just hikes up your armor class a little bit, and which is highly helpful. Blades, we might have used that at some point, but it's not one of the highly useful ones. Stone to Flesh is useful when you're dealing with Medusas and other monsters that turn you to stone. The master one, the Rock Blast, we used that quite a few times on higher level monsters. It does do quite a bit of damage. It's probably the most useful combat skill of the Earth ones. Telekinesis is pretty good for picking up things that you can't quite reach, or to do interesting things like open doors when you can't really get to the switch. The Death Blossom we used a few times with firing a magical stone into the air. It does quite a bit of damage. Mass Distortion we used quite a bit as well. It has the annoying property, at least in Game 7, to have quite a few times where it does just nothing, but when it does work, it causes a massive amount of damage. So when you're fighting a powerful monster that has a lot of hit points, particularly if you're only fighting one of them, it's one of the good spells. I don't really see any healing spells in the Earth ones. I haven't seen a single one yet. The Spirit ones, Detect Life, that we've basically the same as the old Identify Monster spell. It's somewhat useful. Bless we used. Yeah, but it's sort of alluded that there was some healing in the Earth spells earlier in the manual, which is not true. The Bless we used quite a bit. Yeah, body is healing. Yeah, I knew that. But it mentioned that there were healing spells in the Earth ones, but that's not true. There are no healing spells in the Earth spells. Fate we occasionally used, very, very seldomly though. Turn Undead we used early on, but stopped using it pretty soon. Remove Curse is always useful. Preservation we barely used, although I think it might have been useful at some point in the game. Heroism we used quite a bit, but really only as a combination spell. Spirit Lash, we don't think we used that ever. Raise Dead we used quite a bit. It's a very useful spell. Shared Life we used occasionally. I don't think we ever used Resurrection. We might have done it once or twice. We very rarely got eradicated. Telepathy we barely used. Remove Fear we used quite a bit with the monsters that cast fear-provoking spells. Yeah, Shared Life, if you have someone that has a ton of hit points, the Shared Life spell is more useful. Mind Resistance we used a bit. Mind Blast we used occasionally. Charm I don't think we hardly ever used. Cure Paralysis can be very useful. I don't think we ever successfully saw the Berserk spell work, and Mass Fear doesn't really work unless the monster is very or barely resistant to any spirit spells. Cure Insanity we used quite a bit for monsters that turned us insane. The Psychic Shock is highly useful. We use that for quite a few. It's mostly the most powerful combat spell the clerics have usually. I don't think we ever used the Enslave one. It might work. Cure Weakness is a spell that's very useful to have when you suddenly become weak, particularly if you've been using haste. Because at the weakened state, all your attacks become very much less pronounced. Now, Heal is very useful, so is Body Resistance, and Harm can, at least at early on, Harm can do some damage. Regeneration can help, and Cure Poison is useful to have if you have a poisoned character. Hammer Hands I don't think we ever used, and we didn't really delve into unarmed at all. Cure Disease can be very useful. Protection from Magic is highly useful. We use that a lot. And Flying Fist actually does quite a bit of damage. We use that extensively, both with a Druid and a Cleric. The Power Cure is also very nice. I'm not entirely sure that we ever had the Power Cure in the... I'm not entirely sure. Either we never learned it or it actually wasn't in the previous game, but I remember Power Cure from our previous games. And it's a highly valuable spell. I'm pretty sure it was in 6, but wasn't in 7. I'm glad to see it's back, but it's at a Grandmaster level, so you gain access to it very much later. Light ones, Light Bolt is quite useful. Destroy Undead is quite useful. Dispel Magic didn't really work very well against the monsters we tried it on, but then again it might only work on the... we gained access to the Light Magic very late in Game 7 because I misunderstood how to learn the skill. We could have gained access to it much sooner than Dispel Magic might have been. Far more useful than it actually was. And same is true for Paralyze. Summon Elemental we barely use, but it sort of works. But the Day of the Gods is a highly useful spell. And one that's very good to be able to cast. Now, Prismatic Light is also very powerful. So is Day of Protection. Day of the Gods, Day of Protection, and Hour of Power are really the 3 super spells in the Light Magic. It seems that they've sort of all gone into the light spells now, so it's somewhat similar to what it was in Might and Magic 6, and I like this arrangement. being able to cast Day of the Gods, Day of Protection, and Hour of Power from the same spellcaster is very nice. And it's sort of a combination of all of the boosts and enhancement and protections that you can have, and of course then you have Sunray, which is a very, very nice damage spell outdoors, and Divine Intervention that you get at the Grandmaster level. So what does that leave at the Dark spell level? Reanimate allows you to raise a lifeless creature from the dead. The zombie will fight against monsters hostile to the caster until it's killed again. Okay. Right. So you can turn a dead monster into your own attacking zombie. You have Toxic Cloud, sort of like the poison spray, but with more damage. Vampiric Weapon and chance a weapon with a vampiric ability of Life Drain. Interesting. So it's like the fire weapon sort of thing, the fire aura thing, but it does it adds the Life Drain spell instead. Somewhat interesting. The Shrinking Ray, that's one that we found very late in the game in the form of a wand, and we sort of tried it against the robots. It was fairly effective, probably the best spell that we could have used against them, because it just moved them down to a tiny little monster that was far easier to beat. The expert level, that's the Shrap Metal one. Can certainly be useful. Control Undead, which is very nice to be able to use against the undead. Pain Reflection. The monster takes damage equal to what is inflicted at the character. That's pretty cool. It's entirely possible that we will at some point have someone that can cast these spells, so it's good to be aware of what they do. The only way to gain access to the dark spells in the games 6 and 7 was to basically go down the dark path, which we didn't want to do, but that's not something that we probably need to do in this game. We could probably just pick up someone that has these skills and use them for monsters where that becomes useful. And none of these spells are very much unknown to us. We've seen them before, for sure. We haven't been able to cast them, however. Dark Grasp surrounds the target with the power of raw darkness, rendering it unable to fire missile attacks or cast spells. Right. Right. This is sort of a bind spell, might be useful. Dragon Breath does 1 to 25 points of damage per point of skill. 1 to 25. That's a long range. Does not gain in intensity, but the speed recovery is improved. Armageddon, the Town Killer, casts 3 times per day and only outdoors. Does 50 points of damage for every point of dark skill to every creature on the map, including all of your own. This is pure evil. And at the Grandmaster level you can cast it 4 times a day. What's the Grandmaster dark spell? Soul Drinker. The horrible spell sucks the life from all creatures inside, friend or enemy. It then transfers that life to your party in much the same fashion as shared life. That's just pure evil. You have to like that. That could be useful in a very, very dark and dangerous dungeon. Now, 3 of the monster races have special racial abilities, and these are gained as character applies skill points to the racial abilities and gains a new racial ability at each skill promotion. The abilities themselves act and are cast like spells, and as with other spells, they mature and gain in potency as the character's skill level increases. Is it? Sounds like a very, very interesting spell. Now, the Dark Elf at the normal has this Glamour spell, which grants the caster a more appealing manner and appearance. The net effect is a bonus to the merchant skill for the duration of the ability's effect. Interesting. At the normal and expert, it lasts for 5 minutes per skill point. At the master, it goes to 1 hour. And at the Grandmaster, it gives you a larger bonus to the merchant skill. So it basically enables you to, although you haven't gained a Grandmaster in the merchant skill, it enables you to basically achieve the Grandmaster sort of skill level at the merchant. You can sell and buy at better prices. That's useful. Now, the expert one is the Traveler's Boon, which is the combination of the Torchlight, Wizard Eye, and Featherfall. That's quite useful as well. And at Master, you get an hour per point of skill, so essentially you get like 8 hours of duration of this. This is a useful combination because you pretty much always cast Torchlight and Wizard Eye, and the fact that you get Featherfall as a bonus is quite nice. At the Master, you get Blind, which strikes the target blind, preventing it from spellcasting and missile attacking. Sort of a weaker level of what you had at the Dark Grasp, which is probably a far stronger spell, but this is probably useful for the lower level of summons. And what happens at the higher levels is that you just get more minutes that you can hold them, essentially, for each time you cast it. At the Grandmaster, you get the Darkfire Bolt, which grants the Dark Elf the power to wield Darkfire, a dangerous combination of the powers of Dark and Fire. Any target stricken by Darkfire resists with either its fire or dark resistance, whichever is lower. The Darkfire deals 1 to 17 points of damage per point of skill. So it can actually do, given a good roll of the dice, quite a bit of damage, which is nice. Now the vampire abilities, that's Life Drain, which allows you to damage his or her target and simultaneously heal based on the damage done. This is actually a very nice combination. At Grandmaster, it gives you 7 points of damage plus 1 to 7 per point of skill, which means that you do this amount of damage and you gain the damage back as well. At Expert, you get Levitate, which allows you to float above things like lava and traps, which is also sounds very useful. At Master, you get Charm, which you can use to charm a group of targets in close proximity. Sounds nice. And then at the Grandmaster, you get this Mist form, which allows you to render yourself immune to physical damage. So you're basically able to hide in the shadows without taking damage. You're not able to cause damage, but you're also not taking damage, and this can be useful. Now, Dragon ones, at the normal level, you get Fear, which allows you to strike fear in the opponent's thought. If it doesn't resist, they will flee in panic for the duration of the ability. At Expert, the ability is increased to 5 minutes plus an additional minute per skill point. At Master, it's the chosen target as well as any creature in the immediate area, and at Grandmaster, the ability affects all creatures in view. You could basically cast it to get all of them to flee. And at the Expert level, you get Flame Blast, an upgraded version of the normal Dragon Breath. Pretty much like a fireball, striking its target and exploding out to hit anything near. Doing much more damage than a fireball gained at the Expert. The ability will do damage for 10 points, plus 1 to 10 per point of skill. At the Master, the damage is increased to 11, plus 1 to 11. At the Grandmaster, it's 12, plus 1 to 12 per point of skill. So you can do a humongous amount of damage. At the Master, you get Flight, which allows you to carry the entire party in flight. Expensive and only works outdoors, but is very useful. Drains a spell point every 5 minutes. And at the Grandmaster, it doesn't drain spell points. So at the Grandmaster, you can basically, if you have a dragon at the Grandmaster level, you can use it to fly you around without draining any spell points. Quite useful. Wing Buffet. By use of this ability, the dragon is able to use its wings to push back all attacking creatures, effectively placing them out of melee combat range. That can certainly be useful. The default controls, and troubleshooting, launching the game. Customer support should be right in to the 3DO company. A limited 90-day warranty, which I'm sure has expired. That's pretty much it. That's it, gentlemen. Let us switch here. Turn off the background music. Fire up the game. I think I accidentally clicked. It's so sensitive. So that was the mysterious stranger that opened the door for the elementals to enter this world and partially destroy it. It's sort of our job to see if we can't close some of that up. Let's see. I think the graphics are probably slightly updated from the previous version. We're certainly going to play a new game. This is going to be Robin the Hood.
I will battle.
My blade is ready.
I'm good.
Choose me. My blade is ready.
How do we...
Fame.
Choose me.
You should take me.
I
Right.
Choose
My spirit.
my strength is the night.
I will walk the path.
Choose me.
My faith is
Choose
my
my
pick me. My
I am
choose me.
fame and fortune await.
My blade is ready.
Fame.
Choose me.
I'm pretty sure that at one point the game had the name as you name.
You should take me.
My
Choose
my
Okay, cleric, 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 necromancer, 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 vampire, 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 dark elf.
You have discrimination.
I can get the job done.
Pick me.
I can be helpful.
Pick me.
I can get the job.
You have discriminated.
Good. You found me.
And those are the four.
I'm ready. Let's go.
This one, this one, this one, and this one.
I can be helpful.
I want to
I can get the job.
select
I'm ready. Let's go.
select me.
I want to
Pick me.
I can be helpful.
Pick. You have
I'm ready. Let's go.
It's probably this one, right? Robin the Hood.
Pick me. It is me you want. I've got what it takes. My strength is the night. Choose me. I am the best. I'm good. I will battle. You could do worse.
Me! Great. Choose me for your quest.
I want to go. I'm ready. Let's go. I want to go. Good. You found me. Pick me. I'm ready. Let's go.
This might probably be it.
Service. Good. You found me. I can get the job done. I'm ready. Let's go.
Probably the right voice. Okay. So we know we're in for a tiny dilemma here. This we can take down. It won't harm us at all. Getting this up, however, is expensive. And we need a minimum here. We can get to 18 with a very, very low cost. And then we might be able to add one more to endurance. That's pretty much it. You could get 18 accuracy, you get 13 might, which is at least enough to hit somebody. Get 14 intellect, which will give us slightly more spell points. 12 endurance, which is not really enough, but will at least give us slightly more hit points. And we've spent like 10 of the bonus pool points to get us here, and then we only spent 2 to go from 14 to 18 in accuracy, so it's very accurate. As soon as we give him he automatically gets the bow and the dark elf ability. We'll be able to use the bow with a high degree of accuracy, so be able to hit people, he'll be able to shoot, and he'll be able to cast spells, and at least he will have a few spell points. I think that's probably worth it. And then we can pick 2 skills. We get the bow and we get the dark elf ability, and then we can pick 2 more. Pretty sure we can pick most of these up at the merchant. The question is, which one of them is most valuable? Disarm trap we definitely need. Fire is certainly useful. Pretty sure we can pick up the sword and the leather. The sword and the leather property at the first merchant. No, I'm not terribly worried about those. Probably the dagger as well. We already have the bow. IT item is also quite useful, but fire magic is... I'd say the fire magic is probably above it. Yeah, let's go.
I've not the faintest. Good day.
I'm glad I found you. Of all the other gods, you're the only one I've seen. Regnant pirates attacked the island. We must inform the caravan master Datros. He is visiting the village chieftain. Find him. I'll return to the wagons to guard them. Datros led us here to trade with the Lizardmen clan of One Fang for their Tobarsk fruit. He has gone to talk with the Breckish One Fang, the village leader. Perhaps you should look for them. The Regnant pirates are a threat to the economy and free travel on Jadam. Very few boats ply the sea for fear of being sunk or worse. When in Ravenshire, I did hear rumors of a small band of smugglers who've been working beneath the notice of the pirates. I wonder how they do that. Cataclysm. My fellow journeymen, we face grave times. Hopefully, our master will find a way for us to leave this troubled region and return safely to Alvar. I would not wish to end my life here, even though it's the place of my birth. Yeah, I see. I sort of read that, and the Malu is sort of here. We get a torchlight, and we get glamour. That's it. Controls. Smooth. Walk sound. Show the hits. Always run. Blood splat. Can we get the blood splat? Probably not. Nope. We have 25 hit points, 12 spell points. I'm a class of 0, plus 2 attack, 1 to 3 damage, plus 2 on the shoot. Right. We're on Dagger Wound Island. We have 200 gold, 7 food. Empty potion bottle.
Eureka!
Simple ring.
This will prove useful.
Got the firebolt spell. We have a hunting bow and a single magic potion. Right. We have saved the game.
I just don't know what that is. just don't know what that is. I just don't know what that is.
It's a pirate. I suppose nothing beats joining in. Money to be had.
Good day.
Here they are. Not particularly strong. Interesting little graphical glitch. There's more of them. Different class. Buccaneer. Buccaneer.
A light wound.
Slightly stronger. Okay. Yeah, we can at least go here and do a bit of damage here.
Good day.
You can give a beginner tip, Blizzard. It seems that the tree bug has at least been removed. Or it's at least not quite as dumb as it was.
Salutations.
quite slow.
A mild inconvenience.
Right. I'm doing slightly better. What is this?
Help me. A light.
Club. Yeah, this is probably not wise. We have nothing to protect ourselves with. Should probably rather go find this guy. Right.
How may we serve? Walk ahead in peace.
That's the temple.
Find relics and curios.
Here's some fetishes. What's the name of that shop? Good name. Where is this guy? Seems like a mighty important house. That's the inn.
In for some training?
There's Staterus. Greetings, journeymen. I have been speaking with Breckish One Fang about the predicament that we find ourselves in. The clan leader may know of a way to get off these islands and return to Ravenshire. You must find a way off these islands. Someone must take news of what has happened here to our masters, the merchants of Alvar. They must know of the cataclysm and of the Ragnan raid. I've written a letter to the merchants of Alvar, representative in Ravenshire, Elgar Fellmoon. In it I explain our situation here. If anyone can advise us on what to do here, it is Fellmoon. Take this to him now. The pirates on the dread island of Ragnar are using the cataclysm and the confusion created by it to aid them in overrunning the islands. If they conquer Daggerboom, they can use it as an outpost for direct raids on Ravenshire. The merchant consul in Alvar must be notified. You must find a way to the boats and tell them. It will take several boats to ferry the entire caravan back to Ravenshire, or many trips by one boat. This cannot be done until the waters around the Daggerboom Islands are free from Ragnan pirates. It is best that you return to Alvar and tell the consul of the Ragnan attack they will send help to rescue us. It was my pleasure to serve under Lord Balthazar. He was the finest herd leader in my tribe's history. Unfortunately, my services were pledged to the merchants of Alvar, or I may have been in the battle where Balthazar fell. Perhaps my ability and my axe could have saved my lord. We'll never know now. Right. Welcome to Daggerwound Island, Journeyman of Alvar. I'm Brekish One Fan Clan leader. I wish I was greeting you during better times. Mountain of Fire has caused serious damage to my village and its people. Many buildings have been damaged and the bridges that connect the smaller islands to the main island have been destroyed. Many people are missing or stranded on these smaller islands. We must help them. Portals of Stone. In time long past, my people used the Portals of Stone to travel quickly from island to island, but we've lost our knowledge of their operation. Only the pair connecting the village to the southwestern fields still function. Now that the bridges are gone, we're trapped on this island. Take this crystal to Frederick Talamir. I know that it has something to do with the Portals of Stone. Perhaps he can tell you how it functions. A cleric by the name of Frederick Talamir has been living with us for the last few years. He's been studying the Portals of Stone and the outer ruins of the abandoned temple. Maybe he has the knowledge to get the portals working again. Find him and see if he will help. Right. Right. Let's speak to this Frederick guy. Is there a time limit as to how fast we need to do this, leader? Will the entire village die if we don't do this immediately, or can we just explore freely here? The pirates will always respawn, right. So no matter how many times I attack them, they always respawn. Where's the door of this place? Perhaps it doesn't have a door. That's Basela Tisk. There are many prophecies that tell us of the destruction of Jedam and the entire world. Most tell of a time when the world will be consumed by that which created it. Perhaps the ancients have decided to wipe us all out. There is one prophecy, the prophecy of the snake, that I've been able to find a copy of. I think it may be the most revealing about the future of Jedam. Frederick Talamir the cleric has told me of the snake ruins and of the abandoned temple. He is in agreement with me that there may be a copy of this prophecy somewhere at the temple. Could you find it for me? Sure. With the bridges destroyed by the eruption of the Mountain of Fire, we cannot get to the boat dock. We are cut off from the mainland. Right.
Welcome, adventurer.
So this is the inn. That's Devlin Arcanus. He's a necromancer. He has 29 hit points and an armor class of 7. He has 13 skills. He has good condition. He's of level 5, has 52 spell points. And this is Elspeth Lamentia. She's a vampire, level 5. Turned into a vampire against her will by none other than Thant, guildmaster of the Necromancer's Guild. Elspeth fled her native Shadowspire, seeking a new life. She found it as a freeboating adventurer. How much does it cost to hire these people? where does it tell you how much they are? This is my question. Free. That seems pretty mad. Nothing is ever free in this game. Okay, they have a few scrolls.
Not my equipment. Not my equipment.
No. She has this crude dagger and some sort of shield, a leather jerkin, basic boots. Very ill prepared really for anything. But yeah, that's 2 more people added to the roster for essentially nothing, which is nice. She has ID Monster. She has Learning. She has Regeneration. She has Alchemy. Leather and Shield. He has ID Item. Learning, Meditation, and Merchant. It's interesting. Greetings. You seek instruction. With expert air magic, you can learn all of the expert spells for this element. Higher level spells may prove more potent and of greater assistance to your party. Expert air magic can be yours if you have a skill level of 4 in air magic. You can pay the price of 1,000 gold. Yeah, not quite ready to go there. Let's hold Stormeye, Master of Air, made her home in Balthazar's lair, home of the Minotaurs. Cloud Nedland sought to make a deal with the Lords of Air. He left to find a way into the plane of air, where he thought he would learn all that remained unclear to him about the ways of air magic. He will have to travel to the plane of air to see if he was successful. Right. Leather armor is the lightest protection around. It keeps those who wish you dead from harming you. With the expert skill, you will eliminate the penalty to your weapon's recovery caused by wearing armor. Skill can be yours. Right. Master Shaman's Holyfield dwells in the Minotaur lair, Balthazar lair, which is located in Ravage roaming region. He can teach you mastery of leather armor. Medvari Elsmere makes the finest leather armor in the realm. She also holds the title of Grand Master of Leather Armor and can instruct you at her home in the village of Rust in the Iceland Desert. Seems you're able to learn quite a bit about the leather expert, leather master, leather grant, air expert, air magic, air grant. This is useful. What's here? That's the trader guy. You could buy fruit for 200, sell him brandy instead. Seek to further your skills with the spear. Excellent, the spear can work offensively and defensively and make it more difficult to hit. My teachings will lead you to Grandmaster, but first you must have a master skill. And of course there's the small fee of 8,000. Magic Transfer defended the city of Ravensshire against many Regnan pirate raids. His skill and instruction of the uses of the spear allowed the townsfolk to push the pirates back. He can instruct you to expert level. Chandra Withersmith is the master teacher. Her instruction of the ways of the spear will lead you to mastery. She lives in the merchant city of Alvar. We can basically get all of the teachers from the same guy. Yellow fever is a very crippling disease that pops up every few years. Usually we arrange for medicine from the mainland. Now that the bridges are destroyed, no one can make it to the docks. Right.
Fine relics and curios.
Right. This was the healer.
Walk ahead in peace. The finest potions available.
Potion guy.
How ready you for battle?
The blacksmith. A weaponsmith. Need something as a weapon, right?
I have no use for that.
Doesn't have the skill. Just has the bow.
How ready you for battle? You don't have enough.
Right. We need to earn a bit of cash. Let's not get involved in that pirate argument. See what else is here. Yeah, that's this guy. Doo-doo. It's not a particularly big island, is it? Fairly small. Suppose that's a sort of a benefit. That's the tannery. Yes, right. It's the armor smith. Don't think we've visited all of them. The boat dock on the northernmost island is the only way to travel between Daggerwound and the mainland, and with the bridges destroyed, you cannot get to the boat dock, and those arriving cannot get to the village of Bloodrop. I believe I may know how to stop the destructive force of the Mountain of Fire. I've found an ancient spell that should give me the power to send the Mountain of Fire back into the sea. To complete the spell, I need an ancient relic called the Idol of the Snake. With this item of power, I should be able to complete the spell. Right. Getting some minor tasks set for us here. Nice cannon. Can we shoot it? Yes, we can. Nice. Can we set it somehow? We erase it? No? It's pretty cool nonetheless. We already go into this hut. No. Portals of stone. That's Frederick Talimir, the cleric guy. Ah yes, the portals. I've been studying them and the lost culture that built them for years. They were built by the civilization that had its day long before the lizard men came to inhabit these islands. They were a means of instantaneous travel between the islands. Sadly, the power stones needed to operate them in short supply. The first night of the Mountain of Fire, I went to the beach to see if I could see anything of its eruption. I cannot be certain, but as the volcano continued to erupt, I thought I saw earth elementals roaming the lava-encrusted base of the mountains. So Clanley the One Fang gave you that power stone he was holding on to. It will power the portal on the southwestern tip of the island. Use it. Hold an image of the stone in your mind as you step onto the portal. You know, I have a power stone that will activate the portal to the abandoned temple. And you have one that will allow us to reach the island where the portal is. If we joined forces, we could reach the temple with ease. What say you? I like this guy. He's the cleric. Daggerwung oddities, stone portals. These strange devices appear as stone squares set in the ground and have short pillars at each corner. It seems they were built by the temple builders as a means of transportation between the islands. Magic is clearly involved. They are powered by enchanted onyx stones. I found one myself near the temple, and I know One Fang has another. Each portal requires its own stone for power. Abandoned temple, I've uncovered an engraving which seems to suggest that the abandoned temple of the northwest island connects underwater to the island to the northeast. If this is so, the builders possessed very advanced construction techniques. Right. That's the power stone of charm. And what do we have? Cure poison and cure disease. Right. Okay. We're getting somewhere. What does red do again? Might. Probably what we want. Still. Yes, 16 skill points. Let's waste them. Repair and body magic. at Rofnak's house. Aren't you with the merchant caravan from Alvar? I need your help. My brother Istrik the Tongue. I wonder why he has that name. What an interesting name. Went to check on the Tobask plants on one of the lesser islands. He has not returned. I'm afraid that he is one of those stranded by the cataclysm. He may even be hurt. If we were to fix the portals of stone, he would surely be able to return. And we could get help to those who need it. Find him for me. Yeah, that sounds easy. My grandpa used to tell us of the times past when the portals of stone were the main travel route between the islands. She told us that the keys to the portals disappeared during one of the first raids committed by the Ragnar pirates. If the portals of stone were working, my brother Istrik could return back to the main island. Frederick Talimir, that rude man, he's more concerned with that abandoned temple than he is with the life that goes on around him. My granddad warned him that the temple is a place of great evil. He never listened. Now Granta isn't with us anymore, and we have no one but Wreckage 1 found to remind us of the past. We have offended the ancients. Why else would they call up the mountain of fire? The prophecies tell of a time where the houses would boil. This is the beginning of the end. Take a break from cheering us up, will you? Yeah, we already did this part. Now what's this again?
Welcome, adventurer.
That was the inn. Right. That's where we probably go if we disband them. That was the air magic dude. Okay, I think we might have done a full circle of this. It's interesting that these are labeled differently. You can see these little blue dots here. I wonder if that means that we're able to learn something from them. Here, take these scrolls of cure disease. Maybe we can at least prevent an epidemic. The 6 huts on the outer islands are infected. If the teleporters between the islands are repaired, you can take these scrolls to the huts. Unfortunately, you will have to find 3 more scrolls in your travels. I have at least one. Oh, I have 3 of them. Right.
Fine relics and curios.
Right. Right.
The finest potions available.
Right.
Tombs of knowledge here.
This is just a massive magical shop that sells all sorts of spells. How useful is that instead of having to go to each and every one of them individually, which is a major pain in the ass. That bodes well. removing things that were unnecessarily difficult for no particular reason. A bank. Here you can learn expert earth magic. Figure out what the master one is. And the grandmaster. It's very useful that you can learn all of them at the, and it immediately sets a blue stone so you know that these are handy things. Really they are. Haven't quite finished looking around the island. There are still things that we haven't visited. Empty potion bottles. We'll take those. Some sort of... Maybe don't need quite this many of them. More. 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 These are sealed.
How ready you for battle?
Will you now?
The finest potions available.
Right. Right. Some sort of dwelling up here in the middle of the fight. A portal takes us straight back here again. Okay, so this is a way to get back and forth here. Right. Right. Please save. A bit perilous down here. Let's do a very quick trip around the island. Let's not speak very much to the pirates. Not very friendly. Island is larger than it seems at first glance. Yeah, we could definitely sell some of the fruits and the reagents and so on. One way of gaining a bit of cash. I think that is in very short supply. Lots and lots of pirates. Another of these teleport huts. We have no idea where this takes us. Ah, yes. A different island. Let's go back. We'll have to Some additional huts over here. It's a language hut. Kind of difficult to spot exactly where the door is in some cases. That's language. I hear that yellow fever is once again spreading through the people. Usually the water supply here on the main island is the primary source of the disease. We used to get an anointed herb potion from the mainland when the disease popped up. Without access to a dock, however, we cannot get this needed cure. Yeah, I know, I can zoom in and out. If you find a way to the mainland, perhaps the smugglers of Ravenshore have the cure. If you can produce the anointed potion, return to me with it. Right. Master identify. Expert identify. Grandmaster identify. Useful knowledge. Perhaps you can bring me the basic ingredients for a potion of pure speed. With them I can make this incredible potion and finish my studies in alchemy. I will reward you well for your assistance. Black potions are made of a complex blending of many of the three basic alchemical reagents. Red reagents include the widowsweet berries of wolf's eye and phials of gog blood. Some blue reagents are phoenix feather, fimer root, meteor fragment, and willow wisp's heart. Some yellow reagents are datura, dragon turtle fang, poppy pods, and thornbark. Right. Expert bow. Master bow. Grandmaster bow. Expert disarm trap. Master disarm trap. Grandmaster disarm trap. So far the game does seem quite a bit friendlier than game number 7. Yes, there are enemies about. Yes, they respawn automatically. They don't particularly chase you around and kill you very much. We explored most of this side of the island. There's another teleport over there, I think. Not directly over there, but sort of over here. Yeah, I think we visited this one before. Have we then seen most of this island? Yes, we have. Yes, we have. We could probably make a bit of money by going around and collecting dead bodies. Certainly one way. We have a lot of skills that we need to learn, but unlike game number 7, I have a feeling that we'll be able to return back to this island, so we're not it was very hard to glance at the start of game number 7 that you would never get to visit the island again once you left it. Sort of implied. There were some basic skills that you could learn on the first island that was quite difficult to master until at a very late point in the game. Sort of annoying. We have, in terms of spells here, we have Bless, Detect Life, and Fate. Can be quite useful. Telepathy and Remove Fear. We have Heal, Body Resistance and Cure Weakness. And Light Bolt. It's all very useful. What we have here. Bless and Detect Life. Telepathy and Remove Fear. And Life Drain. Here we have Firebolt and Torchlight. Featherfall, Wizard Eye. Toxic Cloud. Reanimate. And a Vampiric Weapon. We start life with at least a basic set of skills, right? What we want, however, right now is the Wizard Eye. Sort of hoping it would show us things we could sell. Not necessarily though. Does show us dead bodies though. Of which there are quite a few. Our current best source of income. Let's not wade directly into the pool of monsters. There's certainly not a ton of things that we can go pick up. I guess we could go pick up all of these potion ingredients and so on and just get rid of them. These are not things you can interact with, the plants and so on. Interesting to see how the game is displaying that you have the Wizard Eye active. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool indeed. Where the hell were these carts? They were somewhere over here, right? Yeah, there they are. These are all sealed. it, right? Yep. I somehow doubt how much actual value we can get from these, but probably some. We have less than.
Tombs of knowledge here.
We have very little in the way of cash.
The finest potions available. The finest potions available.
Mm-hmm. Nothing to be had from this. That wasn't a very valuable sell. Not a lot to be gained from this at all. Although we might be able to sell these at a different island for some lump sum. Let us travel to a different island. I'm guessing we can easily go back here. I'm not going to be stranded in some way. Make a short save. I don't think we've done anything that can be counted as destructive yet. Game seems to be easing us in. Back here recovered. We aren't exactly swimming in the ability to attack enemies at the moment.
This could be tough.
Trying to do the pirate. I'm sure they all respawn, but kind of need the money as well. Where the hell was the hut? Over there somewhere. Ah, there's a chest. We're gonna get killed if we opened it though. We're gonna die instantly if we open it. That's the teleport. Let's go. Where the hell are we now? These suck.
Never seen one before. I just don't know what that is.
It's a buccaneer. That's what it is. We have here. How do I set it?
Excellent.
Oh, you can set a different spell for a quick spell. How incredibly useful. How incredibly useful.
The spell is set. The spell is set.
Not two different spells. You could just set one quick spell. These are two separated spells.
The spell is set. The spell is set. The spell is set. The spell is set.
Let's use it. Let's use it.
There's some power.
The 2 spells is very, very, very useful.
I just don't know what that is.
Let's try to avoid hand-to-hand here as much as we can. Not particularly strong.
Inconvenience.
I said no hand-to-hand, and I meant it.
This could be tough. This could be tough. There's some power.
Where's the one that we already drained a bit?
There's some power.
Unlike the ones of the island, I expect these to be
There's some power.
largely in a way that we finish them off and then they just die. How is this guy not dead yet?
There's some power. There's some power. There's some power.
Mild inconvenience.
Minor inconvenience. Took ages to kill. Out of mana. The pirate is also dead. Where's the... Lovely. Ah, there's the one that we already did some damage to. He's trying to leave. Not an option. Ah, there's our friends. That's another teleport. Not go there right away. Green is endurance, right? Yes, it is. Helpful to gain a bit of endurance. Expert body magic. Master body magic. Grandmaster body magic. Yellow fever, thanks for the cure, but others in the area are still sick. Be sure to deliver the cure to them as well. Right. That's Istrik the Thunk. My brother Rafnax lives, and you have repaired the portals of stone. I must return home to him, so that we can plan our family survival. I heard that you're looking for an anointed herb potion to purify the water supply. The smugglers of Jebdam deal with all kinds of strange goods. If anyone would know about or have this anointed herb potion, it would be them. Right. Seek instruction, the expert merchant. Master Merchant, Grandmaster Merchant, fixing the yellow fever. Expert plate, master plate, Grandmaster plate, yellow fever cure. Right. We've exhausted all of our cures, right? Yes. That's 3 out of... Still 3 out of 3 though. Four chests. Shall we save? Very nice. It's an improvised watch, which is a halberd, an ogre fighting stick. A spear, crude one, featherfall, arm. Nice. Thank you. More gold. Mushroom, magic potion, meteor fragment, cure disease, cure wounds, a trollish shield. We have no armor skill at all. She does have shield. He does as well, but he already has one. We should definitely try to pick that up as a skill. We have here healing potion, cure disease, another meteor fragment, a gemstone. Certainly use all the cash we can find. Rusty mail vest. Take it. Rusty cutlass. Cure disease. Which one of them had the chain? He does. This is a skill we can pick up though. And that we need to pick up as well. It's not just that we can, it's that we need to. Let's do a quick ring around the island. It's the one where we came from. We should probably rest before we leave the island, right? Doubt it's going to be peaceful wherever it is that we go. But it's peaceful right here. Save. Rest. What a nice little snooze. Let's go.
Yes.
This ability to be able to cast a non-combat versus a combat spell is immensely useful. And that's where the game crashed for the first time tonight. Oops. No save. But really, I kid you not, it might be the most useful thing the game has added for a long time. I've been asking for this feature absolutely forever. Such a useful thing to have.
Ready.
Because usually you just have one combat spell and one non-combat spell that you wish to cast. Yeah, it sort of feels wrong. I agree with you there. I was red again. It's not personality that's blue, it's red intellect. No, it's might. Where do we want to distribute that? Oh, he's he's a necromancer. He's a necromancer. So it's the staff, really. He already has a staff. And he's at like 9. Seems crazy low. Let's up him up a little bit. Just a tiny bit. Who's here? It's Lassatin's hut. Armsmaster. That's a cure. Boat dock. We can get to the boat docks, but we have to go through the abandoned temple. Well, that's something. At least we can get to the boats. Right. The yellow fever epidemic is over. Thank you for your help. Travel between the islands. With the portals of stone repaired, we can at least check on the outer islands and those who live there. We're in your debt for fixing the portals of stone. Bodybuilding expert. Bodybuilding master. Bodybuilding grandmaster. It's a blue barrel. That's personality. That would be suited to the cleric. What then is this huge building? Abandoned temple. Right. Probably the first mission, right? First real one. Are we gonna we're gonna die very suddenly. History holds that lizardmen temples of this period were guarded by traps and not monsters. What then to make of the reptilian slithering receding into the darkness?
Beware, the unknown lies ahead.
Hello? Someone else who seeks a way off this accursed island. My name is Simon Templar. I found my way into this temple as I was told it was the way out. Let's travel together. Do you take Simon Templar the Knight into your party? If you would like Simon Templar to join you, click yes. If you would like him to wait for you at the Adventures Inn, click no. Yeah, let's go. How you doing?
Hello there.
There's a trollish war sword. It's sort of a sword. Rusty blast plate. Lizardman helm. Decently equipped, the poor guy. I'll take this. Fairly sure nothing good will come of this. The hell is that?
There's some power.
E.T. video game?
Gleesa cheered X100, screen swap.
Sorry. Did you not like the manual? Was it not a good manual? I'm sorry, I forgot to switch.
Easy. Why should I know?
You seem to move very quickly. Slightly surprised as to how powerful we really are. At a very, very early point in the game. Surprisingly powerful. None of us seem to be poisoned yet, at least.
This could be tough. This could be tough. There's some power.
Luckily, that doesn't really seem to be. Doesn't really seem to be very much else on this particular floor.
Too easy.
Don't know about too easy, but not impossible at least. It's very much easing us in still. There are ads running I don't think there are particularly many of you here, so I'm not too concerned about it. I'll just keep running. If you're in the chat and you're annoyed by the ads and you want me to stop playing, just let me know. I'll pause while the ads are running. The maps are still pretty bad though. This is not a particularly good map. I'm not a fan of the Did he just stick his tongue out? Swear I saw him stick his tongue out. Back a little bit. Good amount of healing.
No honor in that.
Too bad. Welcome back. If you got hit with the ads, I was just realized that I said that you want me to stop playing while the ads are running, and if you're here and you're seeing the ads, just let me know, and I'll do a break in the playthrough while the ads are running. I mentioned it before, but essentially I've set the ads to run for 3 minutes on the whole hour, and I prefer that to having the pre-roll ads. Just let me know if it's ruining your experience and you want me to just take a pause. It's not a problem. This button will not move. This one does. What happened then? Can we move this one now? Yes, we can. Okay. This one doesn't move, but we can probably move this one then, right? And then we can move this one. Okay, we pressed all 4 of them. All it does is extend these stairs down so we can take a quick gander over here. That's a door. A lovely little chest. Everyone died.
I don't know this.
He doesn't have any armor. His armor is broken. Uh-huh.
Curses. Everyone down.
It didn't turn out as badly. Quite a bit of gold. That's the prophecies of the snake. Some sort of leather armor.
Worthless.
It's not worthless, not.
Fit anymore.
Yeah,
Can't identify it. It's worthless.
it's not worthless.
I can't fit anymore. It's worthless.
Oh, calm down. Calm down with the worthless. Not doing too hot. We might want to consider
Everyone down.
nothing got damaged. I have to fight another day. We have any more healing? No. I might have a healing potion here somewhere. Yeah, we do. We do.
It's worthless.
It's not worthless. Calm down.
It's worthless. It's worthless. It's worthless.
Calm down. The scroll you found in the abandoned temple seems centuries old. To read, pick it up and right-click over a character's portrait. Don't seem to be able to read it at all.
I can't identify it.
Found a bow. Doesn't have a skill. He does. He doesn't actually have a bow. Because that means we can... Oh, he has a crossbow. 4d2. 5d2. Slightly better. Right. Oh shit. Somehow we survived that. Wonder if we can actually rest here. Yes, we can. No idea how we survived that, but somehow we did. Basically fell down into the basement on the bottom floor here. So a trap. A nasty little trap. Designed to kill us. Somehow that didn't happen. Yeah. So that's how we fell down. That's how we fell down. Actually, there's a... Yeah, on both sides there's a fake sort of floor, which means that you just fall down. Nasty. It's a snake-like pattern you can use to walk. We also want to get at these chests. So essentially you can jump on top of them. That's one method. There are 4 of them, so I'm guessing... Gold, 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 gold.
It's worthless.
It's not worthless. Such a negative Nancy. An amethyst. An iolite.
It's worthless.
A leather belt.
It's worthless.
A leather vest.
Anymore. I can't identify it. It's worthless.
Leather jerkin.
It's worthless. I can't fit anymore.
A vacant potion.
I can't identify it. It's worthless.
Right. Not quite worthless. Sure how to get to this one. Didn't quite reach it. It is. I might even have someone that can cast it. I think I saw it earlier. The jumping onto the other ones seems easy enough. We have telepathy. We don't have telekinesis. It does exist as a spell, although we might not have it yet. Probably don't have it yet. Get a little bit further. We were almost there. think this can be done like this. You can get to them by just jumping on top of them. I was able to do one of them that way. I think we can sort of do all of them that way. You can get pretty far, pretty close to the chest. And then you can jump the rest of the way. If you end up on top of it, then you can simply open it. I'm sure the other way is probably the way it's meant to be done. This is probably not the method you're supposed to use, but you can. This is about as far as you can get, so. One more try. Always did love the platforming bit. Massive fan. I missed it. That's a good question. That's just what I was wondering. The problem is that the key to do the jump is in a pretty awkward position to be able to click the chest. It's very difficult to press X while jumping and using the keyboard and then using the mouse. I only have 2 hands. A minor inconvenience, really. It's a shorter way if you go this way, so you can get closer to it from the other direction. I'm not gonna go up just yet. Get closer to it if you go here. Not much, but a little bit. Okay. That's probably the closest you can get. Mm-hmm. 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 You can't easily do it, no. I did do it now, though. I triggered the trap on the chest. So the answer is, it's hard to do, but can still be done. So I've already triggered the trap. I've done it once. Now I just need to do it again to be able to open it. Did I manage? I clicked outside the window. No, I didn't. Get nicht ist der Bruder von will nicht. Ja, ja. I understand. Need to get up a little bit closer than that to be able to click it in flight. Not much though. Thing is, I need to get as far as possible without jumping so I can reach it on the other side. And it's very finicky. I think I missed. It's very hard to do. I was able to do it once though, so we know it can be done. If you can do it once, you can certainly do it again. There we go. Easy peasy.
It's worthless. It's worthless. It's worthless. It's worthless. It's worthless. It's worthless.
He's a shining beacon of positivity. That's 2. This one is actually closer. Yeah. It's not an exploit. Certainly not an exploit.
Curses. Everyone down. It's worthless.
It's not worthless.
It's worthless.
Calm down. We can...
It's worthless.
Dark elven bastard sword, often carried by elven caravan guards. These slightly underproportioned blades are nearly but not quite light enough to brandish single-handedly.
I can't fit anymore.
Sexy.
I can't identify it. It's worthless.
Rusty cutlass.
I can't fit anymore.
Cure wounds. Let's just say that we have experience with the game, Glisser. Well, this one is probably the best one yet. I'll take it.
I wish I knew. It's worthless. It's worthless. It's worthless.
Nice dagger.
It's worthless. It's worthless.
It's worthless. I think it's worthless. She has the dagger skill. She has a crude dagger. I think the one we found is slightly better. That's also a crude dagger. Where did I place this dagger? Here, crystal dagger. Attack +2, 2d2 +2. This one is 2d2. But this one is 2d2 plus 2, plus it has an additional plus 2 attack, so it's a slightly better dagger. Not quite as worthless as this EOS. He has at least some skill with a sword. This one is a Trollish War Sword, 3d3 plus 3. I think that's the same one we have here. No, this is a Trollish Claymore. It's 3d4 plus 2. That's slightly better. This is a slightly better sword. We'll swap it. We will swap it. It's not worth a lot more, but it's worth a little bit more. And we found this club is completely useless. This one is not quite as bad. One d3 plus 3. Gives you attack plus 3. And then gives you at least 3 and then 1 d3. This one is 2 d4. It has attack 0. So this is at least a slightly better weapon. Though not by much. This is just a leather jerkin. It's pretty useless. This, however, is a hardened leather vest. It's slightly better. So we'll take this off and replace it by this. He can also wear leather, and he's wearing what? A rusty mail vest, at least a chainmail vest. He's wearing a leather jerkin as well. We have another one of those. We have one more. This is another rusty mail vest. A chainmail one. He has chain. She doesn't. But he might at some point. So we have at least something that he can wear. She has a shield. It's just a standard large shield. I don't think we have much in the way of a shield yet, except for this one, which is just the same as we already have. But we do at least have some things. Nobody has the axe skill, right? No. He does. He's able to use a spear though as well. It's at least a decent sword. Yeah, we've been able to at least do something. That's good. Let's go back through this thing. A door. Gonna need to cast some of this. This is not good. Now floor is splitting apart. We're gonna fall down here. We are, right. I think we died.
Everyone down. I can't identify it. It's worthless.
Not entirely sure why we died.
Worthless. It's worthless.
What's this?
I knew. I can't fit anymore.
What's that sword again?
Worthless. No space.
Was that the last chest? No, it's not the last one. It's the second to last one. It's possible that you do. It's also possible that you just have to leave the room on the other side or open the doors or something. Highly possible. Just reminds you that you should always save. Very regularly in this game. Need to go through this ceremony again. Sort of know what we did. We exchanged this dagger, and I moved this dagger, which is the same, put that over here as well. Then I took this leather thing and replaced this one, and this leather thing and replaced this one. Moved both of those away. Then we had this sword, which we took over here. It's a slightly better sword than the one that we already had. And then we swapped this club with the mace. It's a slightly better weapon. I think that's basically all the changes we made. Seems odd that I didn't actually save, but I didn't. And then I fell down, of course. I like the way he sticks out his tongue when he falls down. It's pretty funny. Let's go do a snake-like pattern here. Save here. That's a button. That's a button. That's a button. That's a button. This one is on. This one is on. Every one of them is on now, right? Okay. Let's go through this. You can't. There's two over here. You can't press these buttons right now. So before you open the door, There's nothing you can do. But after you open the door, you can press them. There's 8 of them. And once you open the door, they all turn on. What is then the point? That we need to turn all of them off. Right. Need to turn all of them off.
A tough opponent.
Serpent Man. Burning down the streets of Babylon. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time.
I don't know. I don't know.
These guys are tough.
I require assistance.
It should have fled.
Are the red ones the unsafe ones or the safe ones? The question easily answered. Or the unsafe ones. Okay, that's a way up. Can we sleep here? Are we on any sort of permanent damage? No. This isn't a place to camp, he says. I have no choice to go further up, right? Oops. No idea why it didn't come down with us. Maybe they don't like stairs. Tough battle. Tough.
I'm wounded. We should rest elsewhere.
Holy shit. Not doing too hot. Somehow we're still alive. Quite a few of those ace assholes here. Might have been enough to be able to rest. Let's make another temporary save. See if we can't take a break here. Yeah, we can. Good. Let's do a little bit of blessing. Back up where all of this. Yeah, this is the exit. Fine. Let's just leave the 3 doors down there that we left. Go back there pretty quickly. I was almost certain this was a door. It is. But not one that's easily opened. Still alive. He's poisoned though. I think we'll try to finish this nonsense and then we'll call it a night. That is, if this isn't a ton of stuff. It does appear like this is a ton of stuff. Not a big fan of these guys. Don't like them very much. Not terrible though. Be a bit careful. Seems to be a massive sort of maze. Lovely. pretty fun though. This has all so far been pretty fun. Quite a bit behind that door.
An unworthy opponent.
Don't know about that. Keep going left, right. Accidentally clicked outside of the screen. Might be my death. Not poisoned. Less than great. I think we have cure poison. Nope. I think we have another. Don't think we have another potion either. I think we only had that one. Let's see. We died. Easy, this is not. Okay, we've reached the bottom of this one. Reach the bottom of that one as well. Okay. Right. Nothing there. Leaves other half of the floor. We should rest elsewhere. I guess we should. I think we already opened this one. Maybe we didn't. It's just a regular serpent man. So there's a serpent man out there. We're doing okay. I think we already opened this one on the other side. Yeah, we did. This one we have not opened. Right. What is that? There's more than a few here. This is all just one big room. We opened this one, right? Yeah, we did. We already went through here. Or we didn't. It's hard to tell, really. That's the end of that. That's the end of that as well. We've finished this one. What's here?
It should have fled.
He's unconscious.
Not here.
Three of us are still active. Not dead yet.
Help me now.
I think increasingly more difficult to kill them with less of us. I think we essentially just have this room left. But, this is a more difficult revision. This is the Elder.
No honor in that.
He's dead though.
We should rest elsewhere.
Right. We could go back and rest. Really. Die.
Honor in that.
Very, 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 very close to death. And, this is essentially the last one. Not quite, is it? Nope. Okay, what if we just go back here a bit? Can we then rest?
We should rest elsewhere.
How far do we need to go to rest? Quite a bit, right? All the way to the exit, maybe. If we trigger any of these traps, we're dead. Yeah, we're still kicking. We're still kicking. Going too far. This is where we want to go. There's this guy. One big party. Okay. No, there's something here. Oh, damn. Yeah, we're ways off from completing this. Ways off. I won't attempt more this stream. We have a temporary save. We can easily go back and finish this, but I have a feeling we need to go back to the mainland and sell some of our stuff and buy some more food and so on before we go back, because there's quite a bit of this dungeon left. Isn't nearly done. But this is a very good start. Yeah, we could train quite a bit and gain some additional skills and at least get some of the basic armor skills and so on and power up a bit. That's easily done. We're sort of been dragging along now for quite some time without even training. We don't have a ton of gold, but we could at least train and get some basic skills up and running. Let's raid Triple Teak. This was very fun. This is like a great start to this game. It's much more fun. It's looking like a far more entertaining game. Far more entertaining game. A chunky 5-hour stream until like 5:30 a.m. in the morning for you, Gleezer. Oh, that's pretty good. I won't be here next Saturday. I'm taking the kids to Legoland for the winter break. So there's a 2-week break now. I'll be back the Saturday after that, 2 weeks from now. I'm setting up the raid. Thanks for coming in, guys, and sticking around with all of these games for me. We're up to 8. I swear we'll complete them at some point. You have a lovely rest of your night. And you sleep well. And I'll see you here in 2 weeks' time. Until then, later.